All-Star Game. You'll see the best and the brightest as the American League takes on the National League at Olympic Stadium in Montreal. On this date in All-Star history, 39 years ago today, Shibe Park was the scene of the first All-Star game to be played at night. Bobby Doerr's homer won it for the American League. 22 years ago today, Willie Mays returned to New York for the first time since the Giants moved west and homered off Whitey Ford. And 11 years ago today, Reggie Jackson hit a towering drive into the Tiger Stadium lights in the last game won by the American League. Beautiful Canadian sunset as you look down from the Goodyear blimp hovering high above Olympic Park, the centerpiece of which is Olympic Stadium, and as we look inside, packed to the gills. More than 59,000 to look on tonight. As for the first time ever, the All-Star Game is played outside the United States. Hello again, everyone. I'm Al Michaels, and welcome to what should be a very special evening as the All-Star Game comes to Canada. They've waited for it a long time, and what Abner Doubleday hath wrought. He invented the game in the 1800s in the United States. Now it's international in flavor. It's played in more than 77 countries. It's played by more than 300 million people. And it is the national pastime of more than 20 countries. And what a marvelous sight, one of the world's most sophisticated cosmopolitan cities, Montreal, built around a mountain, Mount Royal, the city deriving its name from Mount Royal. And let's pay a quick visit to Montreal. Montreal is full of life, full of spirit, while simultaneously maintaining its ties to the past. Of the nearly 3 million people in the metropolitan area, about 2/3 are of French ancestry and speak the language. It's a bilingual city, and you don't have to let your imagination run wild to pretend you're in Paris or Lyon or Strasbourg when you wander the streets of the old section of Montreal. While rich in tradition, Montreal is also very much in tune with the present. The metro is clean, quick, efficient, and the modern-day architecture appropriately symbolizes this country's financial and commercial center. When it comes to sports, another symbol of the city has been the Montreal Canadiens. The names through the years have been legendary: Richard, Beliveau, and Geoffrion, Plante, and Dryden. And it got to the point where the Stanley Cup nearly established permanent residency here. In the summer of 1976, the new outdoor stadium was the focus of world attention for 2 weeks when the Olympic Games were held in Montreal. The Queen of England was here for the start.
I declare open the Olympic Games of 1976, celebrating the 21st Olympiad of the modern era.
Those were the Olympics of Nadia Comaneci and the American boxers, and of course Bruce Jenner, who celebrated his victory in this stadium in the decathlon in a way remembered by everyone. Baseball, too, has been an integral part of the Montreal sports scene, and this present-day park was the site of the old Delormier Stadium, home of the International League's Montreal Royals. In the 40s, they were a Brooklyn Dodger farm club, and in 46, when Branch Rickey signed Jackie Robinson, organized baseball's race barrier was finally broken. Robinson starred here that season, went on to Brooklyn the next. The city went into the major leagues in 1969, and Jarry Park, a toy-sized stadium, served as the home of the expansion Expos for 8 seasons. The Expos moved into Olympic Stadium in '77 and have had a good deal of success here. But last October, a dramatic ninth-inning homer by the Dodgers' Rick Monday kept Montreal out of the World Series for the first time ever. Disappointment that day, but exhilaration, anticipation, and excitement tonight for the All-Star Game in Montreal. Another part of Montreal tradition is a very special lady, Rachel Robinson, Jackie's widow. She's here with us tonight with Howard Cosell. Howard?
Ray, it's so great to see you again. And in this marvelous city, which has such tender memories for you and for your late husband, would you capsulize in one anecdote the warmth of your feelings for Montreal?
Yes, Howard. I will say that when we arrived in Montreal, and I, as a 23-year-old young woman, had to go look for an apartment and approached a neighbor on De Gaspee Street, and she opened the door and she welcomed me, greeted me warmly, told me to come in, granted me the apartment without any hint of discrimination. It was my first encounter with an atmosphere where there was no discrimination, where we were totally supported warmly, and the love that we took from Montreal really sustained us in the more difficult days when we didn't have that kind of support. And so coming home to Montreal, to me, is coming back to really the birthplace of my belief in brotherhood. I really believe it can happen.
Thank you so much. You've told it all. We're proud to have you here, and that's why so proud we all are to be back at the home of the '76 Olympics. Enjoy the game. I'll be back with a look at the method of selection of all-star teams.
Racing engines run hot. STP oil treatment fights the effects of heat in racing cars. Your car runs hot, too. In everyday driving, heat weakens your oil's vital protective properties. That's motor oil breakdown. STP fights motor oil breakdown. STP strengthens your oil, putting extra lubricants and anti-wear agents to work just where they're needed. Whenever you change or add oil, get STP oil treatment and fight motor oil breakdown.
You want something better, yeah, you won't take second best. You want it delicious, for you there's nothing less than Wendy's hot and juicy hamburgers, fresh off the grill. Nothing else will satisfy you like Wendy's will. That's why you're crazy kind of people. You want something better, you're Wendy's kind of people.
Matter of annual controversy in connection with the All-Star Game. Are the right people really selected? And of course, this year, the focus of the controversy, substitute Yankee Bucky Dent until the very final days of the balloting, leading the brilliant Robin Yount of Milwaukee. To get a variety of opinions from the players on how the team should be selected, I went to some of them, beginning with Yount, asking him if an injustice was being done.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was injustice or not, because to tell you the truth, I don't know really who the game's for. If it's for the fans, then maybe they should be the ones to pick the team. But if it's for the players and the media, then you got to have a different way of picking the team.
If you had your druthers, how would you have the All-Star team selected?
Well, obviously, I have to say the fan balloting is outstanding because I was a top vote getter, but at the same token, I would like to see it stay with the fans, but also include the players as well as the coaches and managers, and I think in that regard, it would be a fair all the way around.
I don't think there's really a way you're going to stay away from controversy, because I remember we used to do it with the players voting, but what happened in that situation is they do it like the second week of June, and the game would be played like the first or second week of July, and at that time of the season, there's a lot of players who have 180 to 200 at-bats, and if they go sour for a week and a half, they could drop 34 or 40 points in their batting average. So the game's for the fans, and I think in most cases the fans got the right starting lineups, and that's why you have the substitutes. And me, for instance, if I was voting, I'd have voted for Al Oliver this year because he's having a great year.
You want to see the best players in the ball game. It's just very unfortunate. Billy Martin made a statement the other day. Everybody that deserves to play in the All-Star game just cannot go. I think it should be left with the fans. I think the fans enjoy selecting all-stars, enjoy selecting the players. It's the only opportunity that they do have to participate in the game. The fans are the ones that pay the majority of the salaries. They come to the ballparks, and teams are successful economically as long as they continue to pay, as long as they continue to watch television. So consequently, you should leave I feel we should leave the voting with them, and for them to try to be a little more aware of who is doing well at the time, so that ball players like Robin Yount and like Andre Thornton do not get left off the All-Star team.
For the final word, ladies and gentlemen, Baseball Commissioner Bowie Kuhn, your comments, sir.
Howard, Reggie, and Peter Wright, I like their answers. I think they're talking about the fans' game. This was conceived of as the fans' dream game. They should have playing who they want. If they want to pick up Pete Rose over Steve Garvey, that's their option. It's their game. They ought to have what they want. And Pete Rose is right when he says it's always been controversy. It will always be controversy. And it doesn't make a difference if the fans doing it or the managers and coaches doing it. And it's the fans' game. They ought to have the vote.
That's your opinion. Now, what's going to happen?
It's going to stay with the fans.
Exactly so. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn, the controversy that you've all been reading about hit head on. In just a moment, Keith Jackson will be joining you, talking with the managers, Billy Martin and Thomas Lasorda.
You know you'll get the job done right. We take pride in what we do, 'cause we care about the work we do for you. Trust the mind.
There's only one built-in flash camera in the world that can take a flash picture, and then another. In just 1 1/3 seconds, the new Kodak disc camera. It even knows when you need more light and flashes automatically. This unique film disc and the new Kodak disc camera can capture a world of flash pictures you may have been missing.
Picture a brand new world.
An ABC News Brief brought to you by Natural Light Beer. Now from Washington, Barry Seraphin.
Good evening. George Shultz sailed through the opening day of his confirmation hearings as Secretary of State. He said the crisis in Lebanon demonstrates the need to solve the Palestinian problem. Shultz also said he would strengthen ties with the Arabs while recognizing the depth and durability of America's ties with Israel. President Reagan today briefed congressional leaders on the possibility of using American troops in Lebanon. The congressman said afterward no decision has been made. There are reports that PLO leader Yasser Arafat is seeking U.S. recognition of the PLO as the price for leaving Lebanon. Tonight on Nightline, more on the nomination of George Shultz. Now this.
One good taste deserves another. When you're good and hungry.
What's more natural than natural light?
That's News Brief. More news later on this ABC station.
Let's amplify more on what Howard was just talking about with the commissioner. Let's talk with the two men who have taken a great deal of abuse over the last few days over the player selection process and the players chosen for this. First, Tom Lasorda, manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers, the world champions, and manager of the National League team tonight. Tom, there was a time last week I thought there might be a lynching party coming from San Diego.
That's right, Keith. They were looking at us from all cities, and rightly so, because I felt that Tim Lawler and Jackie Clark and Garber and Royce and Guerrera and Bo Diaz and Matthews, they all are all-star caliber and deserve to be on the all-star team. But unfortunately, what they don't realize is that you have to have representation from every team in the league, and that constitutes the National League All-Stars. And when you pick somebody from a team, he may not be as well as another guy, so consequently you can't pick that guy, and that's what makes it so difficult.
All right, Billy Martin, manager of the Oakland A's and manager of the American League All-Stars tonight. How is it that we can solve the problem?
Well, I think we ought to have more players. I think they ought to raise the limit up to 35, but then still you're going to get people complaining. It's a shame, but it's a numbers game, and we have to pick the players like Tommy said from each club, and you're always going to leave somebody out, and I know Tommy feels the same way I do. He don't want to do it, but whoever the manager is going to be is going to get the same things being yelled at him.
No way in the world you could play 35, though, Billy.
No, there's no way, but they can be on the bench, and they could be represented there. I think they'd like that.
Your ball club has only one shortstop, 2 catchers, 3 first basemen. I'm a little curious as to why this particular group of players were chosen. Is it that the American League folks are getting a little testy about losing?
Well, no, not really. We have the DH in our room. I got 2 guys on the ball club right now that are DH hitters. They don't have the DH over there, so they don't have to pick a DH player. I have to pick players that can play out there. So we have a rule now in this All-Star game that if my starting catcher gets hurt and I take him out and put Parrish in there, I can bring the other guy back out there. So I could switch catchers once he's out of the ball game.
Gentlemen, good luck to you. It's an event where everybody's supposed to have a good time. Tom, good luck.
Well, thank you very much, and we're completely honored to be playing against Billy and his American League All-Stars.
Billy, good luck.
Tommy, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Keith.
Now stay tuned for the 1982 All-Star Game from Montreal.
Thursday, a revealing look at 4 superstars on the Barbara Walters Summer Special.
Someday soon, you could very well have the best of everything. But you will have to begin somewhere. And the best place to begin is with the very best beer in the world. The best tasting beer wherever you go. When you think about it, why would you ever have anything else?
Come to think of it, I'll have a Heineken.
This is the month. Ford month. The final month to get both cash and Ford Care on Escort. And on EXP. Ford Care is whole car coverage. Virtually all you pay for is gas. And now special dealer incentives from Ford make it possible for you to save hundreds on other Fords. Granada, Thunderbird, Fairmont, Mustang, and tough Ford pickups. Save on over 6,000 new Ford cars and trucks during Ford month. At your Ford dealer.
In the high-technology world of video arcade entertainment, there is one extraordinary game that soars a dimension above the rest. Zaxxon. Experience the control as you climb and dive. Feel the power as you attack and evade. Discover a new level of excitement with the true feel of action in 3 dimensions. Zaxxon, from the master design engineers of Sega.
Peter Allen in person tomorrow on AM Philadelphia.
ABC Sports presents the 1982 All-Star Game. From Olympic Stadium in Montreal, the best of the American League meets the best of the National League. And the 1982 All-Star Game is brought to you by the Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. By Gillette Actra Razor. It pivots to continually adjust and hug every curve and contour of your face for a close, comfortable shave. And by Chevrolet and your local Chevy dealers from coast to coast. And welcome back to Olympic Stadium. I'm Al Michaels, and it's on to the game itself. The National League, can they continue their dominance? They've won 10 straight. They've won 18 of the last 19. Just looking at some of the spots in their lineup, they lead off with Tim Raines, great speed. Then you've got Pete Rose, and everybody knows about Rose. Just ask Ray Fosse back in 1970, the way he plays this game. Hitting fourth, Mike Schmidt, who hit a home run to win last year's All-Star game. Then you've got the hot Gary Carter of the hometown Expos batting fifth, hit 2 home runs, and was the MVP in the All-Star game in Cleveland last year. So most people expect another National League victory. Will tonight be the American League's night? Maybe so. Let's find out what Howard Cosell has to think.
Well, maybe so, Al, but let's face it, they begin with a handicap, no designated hitter rule during the All-Star game. But the people you'll be watching, a figure of controversy today, the great catcher, the vote leader for the American League, Carlton Fisk. Headlines about him in the New York newspapers today. And, of course, Buddy Bell at third base. And the irrepressible Reggie Jackson with a lot to prove to certain people. You'll be hearing from him later in the show. But on top of it all, Reggie Jackson, the man who hit the home run the last time the American League won this game, and that was as long ago as 1971. It's attitude that will count with the American League, and they believe now that that attitude is right. In the meantime, one of the memorable All-Stars of yesteryear to discuss the respective pitching staffs, Don Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Howard. And of course, there have been eyebrows raised as far as the pitchers are concerned. There are 9 sitting at home tonight who have 10 or more victories on the year. There are 7 in the American League and 2 in the National League. But still, a very representative squad as far as the pitchers are concerned on both the American League and the National League teams here tonight. The starting pitcher for the National League will be a young right-hander, Steve Rogers, a record of 10-4, and he will be the first Montreal Expo ever to start in an All-Star game. He's been in a couple of others. And for the American League, it will be the fine right-hander for the Boston Red Sox, Dennis Eckersley. Eckersley with a record of 9 wins and 7 losses. There you see Dennis Eckersley getting ready to take his warm-up tosses. Right now, let's go to the public address announcer here at Olympic Stadium, Richard Moranci, and let's meet the players.
Mesdames et messieurs, il est temps pour nous de vous présenter les joueurs de la partie d'étoiles 1982. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you to meet the All-Stars from the American and National Leagues. Tout d'abord, les réservistes de la Ligue américaine. First, the non-starters of the American League. Le receveur, the catcher, des Tigers de Detroit from Detroit Tigers, Lance Parrish. Messieurs, le le receveur réserviste des Tigers de Détroit from the Detroit Tigers, Lance Parrish. Les joueurs de champ intérieur, the infielders, des Indians Cleveland from the Cleveland Indians, Toby Harrell. Les Twins to Minnesota, from Minnesota Twins, Kent Herbeck. The Royals to Kansas City, from the Kansas City Royals, Frank White. The Rangers to Texas, from Texas Rangers, Buddy Bell. Les Indians Cleveland, from the Cleveland Indians, Andre Thornton. Les Orioles of Baltimore, from the Baltimore Orioles, Eddie Murray. Les voltigeurs, the outfielders, the Royals to Kansas City, from Kansas City Royals, Willie Wilson. The Red Sox to Boston, from the Boston Red Sox, Carl Yastrzemski.
As is customary in Montreal, the PA announcements being made in both French and English, and it doesn't matter what language it is. Yastrzemski is going to get that kind of a hand.
The Royals to Kansas City, from the Kansas City Royals, Hal McRae. The Brewers to Milwaukee, from the Milwaukee Brewers, Ben Ogilvie. The Yankees of New York, from the New York Yankees, Dave Winfield. The Royals of Kansas City, from the Kansas City Royals, Frank White. Les lanceurs, the pitchers, the Blue Jays de Toronto, from the Toronto Blue Jays, Jim Clancy. The Mariners of Seattle, from the Seattle Mariners, Floyd Bannister. The Red Sox to Boston, from the Boston Red Sox, Mark Clear. The Royals of Kansas City, from Kansas City Royals, Dan Quisenberry. The Brewers to Milwaukee, from the Milwaukee Brewers, Rollie Fingers. The Yankees of New York, from the New York Yankees, Ron Guidry. The Yankees of New York, from the New York Yankees, Rich Gossage. Les instructeurs, the coaches, the Royals of Kansas City, from the Kansas City Royals, Dick Hauser. The Tigers de Detroit, from the Detroit Tigers, Sparky Anderson. The Azars d'Oakland, from the Oakland A's, Art Fowler. The Azars d'Oakland, from Oakland A's, Jackie Moore. Et dans la courte pratique, les Orioles de Baltimore, from the Baltimore Orioles, in the bullpen, number 44, Elrod Hendricks. Les soigneurs, the trainers, the Tigers de Detroit, from Detroit Tigers, Bill Bem. The Royals of Kansas City, from the Kansas City Royals, Mickey Cub. Et maintenant le gérant de la Ligue américaine pour la partie d'étoiles 1982 and the manager of the American League All-Stars, des Anges d'Oakland, Oakland A's, Billy Martin. Voici maintenant, mesdames, messieurs, le rôle des frappeurs pour la Ligue américaine. And now, the starting lineup for the American League. Le premier frappeur, le voltigeur de gauche des Anges d'Oakland, le numéro 35. Leading off and playing left field from the Oakland A's, number 35, Ricky Henderson. Le deuxième frappeur, le voltigeur de centre, représentant les Angels de la Californie, le numéro 19. Batting second, the center fielder, representing California Angels, number 19, Fred Lynn. Le troisième frappeur, le troisième but des Royals de Kansas City, le numéro 5. Batting third and playing third base for the Kansas City Royals, number 5, George Brett. Le quatrième frappeur, le voltigeur de droite des Angels de la Californie, le numéro 44, le batting fourth right fielder, California Angels, Reggie Jackson. Le cinquième frappeur, le premier but, représentant les Brewers de Milwaukee, le numéro 15, batting fifth and playing first base, representing Milwaukee Brewers, number 15, Cecil Cooper. Le sixième frappeur, l'arrêt court des Brewers de Milwaukee, numéro 19, batting sixth, the shortstop from the Milwaukee Brewers, number 19, Robin Yount. Le septième frappeur, le deuxième but des Angels de la Californie, le numéro 4, batting 7 and playing second base, representing California Angels, number 4, Bobby Grich. Le huitième frappeur, le receveur des White Sox de Chicago, le numéro 72, batting 8, the catcher from the Chicago White Sox, number 72, Carlton Fisk. Et le lanceur de la Ligue américaine se réchauffant dans l'enclos de pratique, le numéro 43, représentant les Red Sox de Boston, and pitching for the American League, warming up in the left field bullpen, representing Boston Red Sox, number 43, Dennis Eckersley. L'équipe de la Ligue américaine, mesdames, messieurs, the American All-Star Team. Et maintenant, voici les réservistes de la Ligue nationale de baseball, the non-starters of the National Baseball League All-Stars. The catchers, the Pirates of Pittsburgh, from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Tony Pena. The Mets de New York, from the New York Mets, John Stearns. Les joueurs de champ intérieur, the infielders, the Cardinals de St. Louis, from St. Louis Cardinals, Ozzie Smith. The Dodgers of Los Angeles, from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Steve Sachs. The Braves d'Atlanta, from the Atlanta Braves, Bob Horner. The Astros of Houston, from the Houston Astros, Ray Knight. The Pirates of Pittsburgh, from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Jason Thompson. Les Expos de Montréal, from the Montreal Expos, Al Oliver. Les voltigeurs, the outfielders, the Cubs of Chicago. From the Chicago Cubs, Leon Durham. The Dodgers of Los Angeles, from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Dusty Baker. The Padres of San Diego, from the San Diego Padres, Rupert Jones. The Cardinals of St. Louis, from the St. Louis Cardinals, Lonnie Smith. Les lanceurs, the pitchers, the Phillies de Philadelphie, from the Philadelphia Phillies, Steve Carlton. The Dodgers of Los Angeles, from Los Angeles Dodgers, Fernando Valenzuela. The Braves d'Atlanta, from the Atlanta Braves, Phil Niekro. The Reds de Cincinnati, from the Cincinnati Reds, Mario Soto. The Giants de San Francisco, from the San Francisco Giants, Greg Minton. The Reds de Cincinnati, from the Cincinnati Reds, Tom Hume. The Dodgers de Los Angeles, from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Steve Howe. Les instructeurs, the coaches, the Reds de Cincinnati, from the Cincinnati Reds, John McNamara. Les Expos de Montreal, from the Montreal Expos, Jim Fanning. Les Pirates of Pittsburgh, from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Chuck Tanner. The Reds de Cincinnati, from the Cincinnati Reds, Joe Amalfitano. Et les Dodgers de Los Angeles, dans l'enclos pratique, in the bullpen from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Mark Cressy. Les soigneurs, the trainers, the Cardinals de St. Louis, from St. Louis Cardinals, Gene Geiselman. Les Expos de Montréal, from the Montreal Expos, Ron McLean. Et maintenant, mesdames, messieurs, le gérant pour la Ligue nationale pour la partie d'étoiles 1982 and the manager of the National League All-Stars, des champions de la Série mondiale, les Dodgers de Los Angeles, from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Tommy Lasorda. Et voici maintenant, mesdames, messieurs, le rôle des frappeurs pour la Ligue nationale. And now the starting lineup for the National League. Le premier frappeur, le voltigeur de gauche des Expos, batting lead-off number 30, Tim Raines. Le deuxième frappeur, le premier but de Phillies de Philadelphie. Le numéro 14, batting second, first baseman, representing Philadelphia Phillies, number 14, Pete Rose. Le troisième frappeur, le voltigeur de centre des Expos, le numéro 10, batting third, center fielder, André Dawson. Le troisième but, représentant les Phillies de Philadelphie, le numéro 20, batting fourth, the third baseman, representing the Phillies, number 20, Mike Schmidt. Le cinquième frappeur, le receveur des Expos, le numéro 8, batting 8, Gary Carter, the catcher. Le sixième frappeur, le voltigeur de droite représentant les Braves d'Atlanta. Le numéro 3, batting sixth, the right fielder representing the Atlanta Braves. Number 3, Dale Murphy. Le septième frappeur, la recours des Reds de Cincinnati, le numéro 13, batting 7 and playing shortstop from the Cincinnati Reds. Number 13, Dave Concepcion. Le huitième frappeur, le deuxième but représentant les Phillies, le numéro 9, batting 8, second baseman, representing the Philadelphia Phillies, number 9, Manny Trio. Et le lanceur pour la Ligue nationale se réchauffant dans l'encours pratique des Expos, le numéro 45, and pitching for the National League, number 45, Steve Rogers. Mesdames, messieurs, the National All-Stars. Mesdames et messieurs, les Expos de Montréal sont fiers de vous présenter les capitaines honoraires pour la partie d'étoiles 1982. Ladies and gentlemen, the Montreal Expos are honored to present the honorary captains for the 1982 All-Star Game. le capitaine honoraire de la Ligue américaine, a participé à 15 matchs d'étoiles et 14 séries mondiales dans ses 19 saisons avec les Yankees de New York. Élu 3 fois le joueur par excellence, il est maintenant membre du temple de la renommée du baseball. The American League honorary captain has played in 15 All-Star games and 14 World Series in 19 seasons with the New York Yankees, a 3-time most valuable player and a member of Baseball Hall of Fame. Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, Yogi Berra.
One of the most remarkable figures in the history of baseball. The memories so filled with his accomplishments. Memories totally filled with his accomplishments. Remember the 7th game, 1956 World Series, Ebbets Field, bases loaded. Don Newcomb, the pitcher, grand slammer, on a day when Johnny Cucks 3-hitted the Dodgers, shut them out. Yes, just one of the many memories
Et maintenant, le
for
capitaine
Larry
honoraire de
Berra.
la Ligue nationale, and now the honorary captain for the National League. Durant ses 17 saisons comme voltigeur de la Ligue nationale, il a frappé 407 coups de circuit, a participé à 7 parties d'étoiles et 6 séries mondiales, et maintenant commentateur des parties des Expos. He had 407 home runs in his 17th season as a National League outfielder, a participant in 7 All-Star games and 6 World Series, and now broadcaster with the Montreal Expos. Mesdames, Messieurs, un membre du Temple de la Renommée, ladies and gentlemen, Hall of Famer Duke Snider.
Edwin Snyder, the Duke of Flatbush. 11 World Series home runs. This was one of them in 1955, when the Dodgers finally beat the Yankees and John Podres won the final game. The Duke had 4 home runs in 52, and in 55, 11 World Series homers in all.
Mesdames et Messieurs, pour l'interprétation des hymnes nationaux des États-Unis et du Canada, nous avons l'honneur d'avoir parmi nous ce soir le célèbre baryton international, attaché au Metropolitan Opera de New York et natif de Montréal. Ladies and gentlemen, to perform the national anthems of the United States and Canada, the Expos are honored to have the well-known baryton of the Metropolitan Opera in New York, a native of Montreal, Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, Monsieur Louis Quilico.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Bursting in air, give proof through the night that
The pregame pageantry and festivities preparatory to the 1982 All-Star Game, right back from Olympic Stadium in Montreal.
Chevrolet dedicates this Camaro, the all-new Z28, and its Shadow, to performance. Camaro Z28, Motor Trend's Car of the Year. Styled so new, only its shadow comes close.
I've got an unfair advantage over these guys. My looks? Are you kidding? I've got the Gillette Atra. They don't. It's got the advantage of a pivoting head. Atra's better than twin blade razors that don't pivot. See? They don't always stay on my beard, but my Atra pivots to keep both blades on my beard longer. I get a better shave. See? Close. Comfortable.
Get the Gillette Atra and get the Atra advantage.
So who said life was fair?
Suppose your loved one's heart and breathing stopped unexpectedly. Would you know what to do? The answer is CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Don't stand by helplessly while a loved one is dying.
Help save a life. Learn the life-saving techniques of CPR. Call your local chapter of the American Red Cross or the American Heart Association for information about CPR training.
Learn the life-saving skills of CPR and help save a loved one's life. Baseball cares.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
We will have the ceremonial first pitch coming up and the ball game to get underway shortly. People in Montreal waiting for this one for a long time. The game was sold out 3 months ago. The capacity of the stadium about 59,000. Perfect weather, temperature about 75 degrees, low humidity, international flavor here, of course, and so they have selected 13 men from 11 different countries to be the honorary men to throw out the first ball. Shig Nagashima of Japan, great star there for many years at third base. From Korea, Isao Haramoto had more than 3,000 hits in the Japanese league. From Cuba, the fabulous Minnie Minoso. Looks like he can still play. Bobby Avila, the Cleveland Indians second baseman for many years, representing the country of Mexico. Bobby Thompson was born in Scotland, but of course he was famous in New York, the Miracle of Coogan's Bluff. We will be seeing Bobby in a moment. That is Bobby Avila right there. Bobby Thompson was the man you saw before him. The Dominican dandy, Juan Marichal. What a screwball he had and an assortment of other pitches. He may throw one tonight. Orlando Cepeda, Marichal's teammate for many years in San Francisco. The Baby Bull, representing Puerto Rico. George Selkirk is representing Canada, a man who played in 4 All-Star games. Claude Ramon is there is Bobby Thompson right there, representing, as we said before, Scotland, his birthplace. The New York Giant outfielder, remember that face? Wasn't that long ago, 1979 World Series, we saw him. Manny Sanguillen, he'd swing at anything. From the Pittsburgh Pirates, there is Claude Ramon, representing Canada. Ramon, a broadcaster with the Expos. You know that man representing the United States, the honorary captain for the American League, Yogi Berra, and also representing the U.S., the Duke of Flatbush, Duke Snyder, the National League's honorary captain. Festivities taking place here with international dignitaries having come to Montreal. First time ever that the All-Star Game has been held outside of the United States. The game began back in 1933. During 4 different seasons, they played 2 All-Star games from 59 through 62. So in all, this is the 53rd edition, and simultaneously, the ceremonial first pitch. So a great collection, obviously, of the contemporary stars occupying both dugouts, and some stars from the past from several of the countries around the world. So shortly we'll be getting underway. The National League trying to continue its dominance. Confident as always. Expecting to win. The American League, I would think, a little bit embarrassed and a little bit humiliated collectively, Howard, over the fact that so much has been made of the fact they've been unable to do it but once in 19 years.
A point emphasized by Reggie Jackson. And you'll, as I noted earlier in the pregame show, will probably be hearing during the course of the evening from Reggie. In the meantime, the graphic explains the history of this competition. Notice how, beginning in the young 50s, the National League started to take over. In the early days, they used to say the National League was a new minor league. But oh, how it's changed and how complete the domination of the senior circuit has become. The defense, Al.
Defensively, you've got Pete Rose, who has started at 5 different positions in his career in the All-Star game. Left and right, first, second, and third. Second start for him at first base. His teammate from Philadelphia. The Phillies comprising 3/4 of the infield, Manny Trillo, who's from Venezuela. And his countryman, the only non-Phil in the National League infield from the Cincinnati Reds, Davey Concepcion. No stranger to All-Star games. Around at third, the man with the home run in Cleveland last year to give the National League another victory, Mike Schmidt. MVP in the NL in 80 and 81. The Expo, Tim Raines, who has seen a good deal of action at second base this season, is playing left field. He's back there now during the regular season, too. His teammate, Andre Dawson, got that tremendous ovation, is in center field. And around and right, the Atlanta Braves' great star, Dale Murphy, leading the majors in home runs at the All-Star break. You've got Gary Carter, recognized now as baseball's premier catcher, back of the plate. And the fourth Expo in the starting lineup, Steve Rogers, having a good season, 10-4. As you can see, he has very good control. It's been that way throughout his career, only 36 walks and 143 innings plus. So Rogers gets his first All-Star game start. And he'll get underway by facing Ricky Henderson of the Oakland A's, and Fred Lynn of the California Angels, and George Brett of the Kansas City Royals. Ricky Henderson, if he stays healthy by the middle of August or thereabouts, will break Lou Brock's record, 118 steals. And he'll do it with about 40 games to play. He's on that sort of a pace right now as we get underway, and the first pitch misses for a ball, 1-0.
Well, you talked about Rogers having good control. He will have to have good control to work to Ricky Henderson because he has an excellent eye. He's already walked 81 times this year.
Henderson lining it by Dave Concepcion for a base hit. So everybody in the park knows what will happen next. Billy Martin says he's going to try to run, and if he's going to try to run, there's the man to do it. He has 84 steals in 88 games. His 84 steals have come in 107 attempts. What's happened quite often is that Henderson has been picked off and then has proceeded on to second base, been thrown out there for a caught stealing. So Henderson at first with nobody out, first inning. Fred Lynn, who's been hitting 6th or 7th for the most part for the Angels this season, batting in the second spot tonight.
Let him go. Come on.
Henderson, good sized lead, and Rogers, after throwing there once, stepping off the rubber.
Well, you've got to keep an eye on him. There's no question about that. Those 84 stolen bases are not flukes in any way.
Rogers comes to the plate, and Lynn with a full rip and a miss. Freddie's been hot. He's hit 6 home runs in his last 13 games. Pierre Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, who welcomed us tonight.
Spent some time with him at lunch today, just prior to the commissioner's luncheon. Recounted old times, the '76 Olympics. Rabid sports fan.
Rogers again meaning business.
Rogers, a type of pitcher, he's really not necessarily a sinker ball pitcher. He's a pressure type pitcher as far as finger pressure is concerned with his fastball. He'll make it sail or slide.
He doesn't go, and Lynn hits it high in the air to right center field. Dawson takes command, makes the catch for the out. So Henderson not on the move yet. Lynn is gone, one away, and up comes George Brett.
Well, one of the reasons, although Billy Martin doesn't necessarily go by this theory when he has Ricky Henderson at first base, you've got the left-hand hitters up there, and you'd like to try and keep that hole for him to hit through on the right side if you possibly can. You got Henderson, the right-hander, followed by Lynn, Brett, and Jackson, and then Cooper. So you've got 4 coming behind him.
Freddie Lynn has been hot. George Brett has not. Brett, who was up well over 300, is down now at, I say down, at 301. He's hit only 195, however, during the month of July. Henderson at first base with 1 out in the top of the first inning.
Yeah, he's thinking about you.
Henderson at first. There's his mom, Bobby Henderson. Her son playing in his second All-Star game. He was a member of the team, not a starter though, in 1980. And there he goes. He gets a good jump, but Brett fouls it away. So he would have had it easily, but George was swinging, and the count is 0-1. Henderson, if he continues his pace, he would wind up with 155 steals in 162 games.
You know, I think you mentioned the key right there, if he stays healthy, and that doesn't mean where he's going to get hurt and be out of the lineup, but I can remember when Maury Wills stole the 104 bases. He was bumped and bruised all over at the end of the year. He was really hurt.
It's an amazing record because Cobb held the record at 96 for so long, and people said that'll never be broken, and then Wills did it, and they said it would never be broken, and Brock obliterated it. And Henderson is on his way to obliterating Brock's mark. 1-1 to count.
The thing about Henderson, too, when you watch him, he is not the feet first type slider. He's the head first type slider, so he can beat himself up pretty good. He's got to have some strong hands out there.
Ricky, a couple of years ago with 100 steals. The American League mark. There he goes again, and Brett goes to left field for a base hit. Henderson tentatively around second and holds there as Ranger's throw comes into Schmidt.
But he took the wide turn looking for the throw behind him in the hope of running to third very quickly.
It's also at this time of night, it is very tough to pick the ball up. And when Ricky got down there and he heard the contact made, he looked up and he could not pick the ball up. And he was kind of in no man's land then. And he decided, well, I'll just go here. And that's about as far as I can go.
Reggie Jackson has 1 All-Star game home run, and if you saw it, you'll never forget it. 1971, Detroit off Doc Ellis, pinch hit in the 3rd inning, and did it not make contact with the light standard, it might still be going. Mammoth shot. Reggie up with 2 on and 1 out, and it gets away from Carter, bouncing toward the dugout. Henderson, a short turn rounding third, and holds there as Brett moves into second.
Take one more peek at it. Here's the pitch down in the dirt, the breaking pitch, and Carter has it, hits the side almost of the plate over there, and then kicks over on the third base side. And Carter's going to get on that ball in a hurry to keep it from rolling in the dugout.
Wild pitch. It's ruled with Henderson at third, Brett now at second. The infield plays back. The count 1 ball and no strikes on Reggie Jackson. Reggie going the other way and looping it foul.
That's one of the big things that Reggie's been doing lately. He will go the other way with you. He got out there at California, and I think Reggie would be the first one to tell you he was trying to do things that even Reggie Jackson can't do. All of a sudden, after a little slow start, he got his feet on the ground. He started just making good, solid contact, and he's got power to hit it out of any part of the ballpark.
He's been hot.
As the graphic just showed, 13 home runs in the recent days. Feeling pretty good about himself, but being very careful not to gloat. Walking a political tightrope in his mind.
Jackson, after the 2-1 pitch, goes a long way the other way, curling into the corner and going foul.
And just barely.
Well, that right there, it gives you a little idea of the power that Reggie does have. It's 335 down both lines here. Check that, 325. It's 375 to the power alley and 404 feet to straightaway center field.
Reggie Jackson, now 36 years old. Oldest starter for the American League. The youngest, Henderson, is the runner at third, and Brett is at second. And Jackson takes just inside. Crowd moaning. 3-2.
Well, you've got a man behind there I think is one of the finest umpires in all of baseball, and Doug Harvey. That pitch right there, and Harvey looking right over the shoulder of Gary Carter. That's a close pitch.
So 3-2 on Reggie, with Cooper waiting on deck. Fouled away again.
Remember the toughest call of Doug Harvey's life? The meeting with National League President Chub Feeney.
That's right, down in Houston.
Playoffs in Houston against Philadelphia. That best sustained dramatic season maybe in the history of baseball. Was it a triple play or a double play?
They ended up the double play.
3-2 to Jackson. Fouled away again. Interesting note in regard to the umpires as you take a look at Reggie's mom, Clara, coming up to watch her son, who makes this an annual visit. The All-Star game for Reggie. The umpires, for the first time this year, chosen not on a rotation basis, as had been the case, but on merit this year. Jackson hitting it to center field and deep, but playable for Dawson. That'll score Henderson easily, and Brett holds it second, so the American League is on top 1-0. So a couple of singles, the wild pitch, the sacrifice fly, 2 down now. Cooper coming up. You've got 3 umpires from each league. Doug Harvey, the National League veteran, behind the plate. Marty Springstead at first base, American. McSherry of the National at second. McKean, who's from here in Montreal, at third base. Eddie Montague of the National League down the line and left, and Mike Riley of the American down the line and right.
Coming to the plate, the man who at the moment might be the hottest hitter in baseball.
Oh, the Milwaukee Brewers, they are just beating on everybody.
And still very much the best kept secret in baseball, Cecil Cooper, who just does his job and does it very well year after year. Pulling it foul.
In one of the remarkable trades of all time, the Brewers got Cecil Cooper basically in exchange for George Scott, who's now, remember George, the big burly right-handed hitter who's now playing in Mexico. I'll never forget, Commissioner Bowie Kuhn was needling Bud Selig, the Brewers owner. He said, how much cash did you have to give?
0-1 on Cooper. Cooper, by the way, is getting the start because Rod Carew has tendinitis of the right hand. Carew would have been the American League starter at first base, but instead it's Cooper, and Andre Thornton of Cleveland was named to the team in Carew's stead. It's Luke down the line in left field. Foul.
Well, when Cecil Cooper comes back, and you mention those 2 names, Rod Carew and Cecil Cooper, Cecil has had long conversations with Carew and talked to him about just the art of hitting. And you're going to see a little bit of Rod Carew in that stance of Cecil Cooper.
Well, since Rod has 28 different stances, there's Henry Aaron. Hammerin' Henry, the man who hit the plethora of home runs against Don Dreiser.
Did you see the winder shudder as the picture came up on the screen?
I know that face. I've seen it in my sleep.
And he still says you were the hardest pitcher for him ever to face. Isn't that something?
Well, you know, in 14 years, I never missed that darn brave lineup. And Henry was right in the middle of it. You'd say to Walt Olson every now and then, well, you know, Skip, you know, you might want to miss something sometime. But he said, no, you're going out there.
A look around spacious Olympic Stadium, Montreal ballpark, opened for baseball in 1977. No balls, 2 strikes. Cooper with a new bat, chops it by the mound. Going to be a tough play for Trio, and he does not get it. So Cooper, who has decent speed, is aboard at first as Brett moves along to third. Third hit in the inning for the American League, and up comes Coop's teammate, Robin Yount.
Well, Cecil Cooper has much better than average speed, and when those left-handers come out of that box and they can smell a base hit, they just have a little more acceleration. A good play by Trio, but Cooper just flat beats it, that's all.
So Steve Rogers struggling in the first inning. This is the first time since 1960, when Whitey Ford did it, that a pitcher has started the All-Star game in his own home park.
The year before that, in '59, it was Don Drysdale who started in Los Angeles.
A game better forgotten from the Drysdale point of view. No matter.
I would rather remember the first one in '59 and skip the second one.
That's where they played too.
But the last man to win in his own home park was Johnny Vandermeer. In '38, the year he pitched the consecutive no-hitters.
1-1 the count. There's a graphic illustrating just that. Got to go back 22 years to Whitey Ford. Rogers, one of 4 Expos in the starting lineup tonight. 1-1 on Robin Yount, who takes inside. 2-1 the count. Robin Yount having a great season, not only defensively at shortstop, average-wise, hitting .327, but power. He's homered 15 times this season, including one into the upper deck in right field in Chicago last week. 2-2 the count. So Rogers even 2-2. Yount, and it wouldn't figure for a shortstop, but he leads the American League in slugging percentage and in total bases. Ball 3.
Well, I think he's definitely right in line for the most valuable player if he continues anything that he's doing right now. He is just having a super year, as you mentioned, and you could see, I can remember him when he came up at 19 years old, and it was just a matter of time when this young man was going to really put his name in baseball.
Still only 26th and in his 9th season as he fouls it away.
A lot of baseball people feel that this is the best all-around player in the game today. Michelle Yount, his wife, as you look at her.
There's a man who thought about becoming a pro golfer about 5 or 6 years ago. 3-2 pitch, got him swinging. So the inning is over, but the American League gets on the board. What a shot. Looking down from the Goodyear Blimp, Olympic Park, Olympic Stadium. The centerpiece, a run, 3 hits, leave 2 after a half. The American League won, and the National League coming up.
Well, I guess I race cars because I love the speed and the noise and the crowd and the girls. And of course, I love to win. And when it's all over, when the flag comes down, I don't mind the beer either.
One more lap. It's Miller time.
Miller time. Time for America's quality beer.
If you've got the time,
Miller High Life.
Miller's got the beer. Miller beer.
I've been comparing the exciting new Intellivision space game Star Strike with one of the most popular Atari games, Asteroid. Star Strike has moving images that make the game appear three-dimensional. Asteroids doesn't. And Star Strike features our most exciting visual effect, total destruction of a planet. This is what the other game offers, which is why, after Star Strike, Asteroids left me rather flat. Star Strike, new for Intellivision from Mattel Electronics.
The American League defensively, Ron Carew would have been there, but he is not at the game. Tendinitis. Cecil Cooper is the first baseman. Bobby Grich, several great seasons at Baltimore and now with California, is the second baseman. Man who we saw make the last out in the top of the inning of the Brewers. There's Robin Yount, and right next to him, Kansas City's premier third baseman, George Brett. Winning in the bowling again. Ricky Henderson, who got aboard, came in to score in the top of the inning of Oakland, is in left field. You've got Freddie Lynn, several great seasons with Boston, now with California, in center, and Reggie Jackson around in right. Back of the plate, number 72 of the Chicago White Sox, Carlton Fisk. And on the mound for the American League, Dennis Eckersley of the Boston Red Sox. He, like Rogers, exceptional control with just 23 walks halfway through the season. So Eckersley with 9 victories getting the start. Interesting in the selection of pitchers for the American League that they would bypass 7 pitchers with 10 or more wins this season.
Well, that's very true. And when you look at the last performance of each of the American League staff, of all their pitchers, they have a combination of a record of 0-6 and an earned run average of 10.8. But, of course, that was their last time out. This is a whole new ball game, an all-star game, and you know that adrenaline's flowing out there.
Tim Raines of Montreal with great speed started the season and played his rookie season last year and left. And they wanted to get a youngster by the name of Terry Francona into the lineup every day, so they put Raines at second. And Francona got hurt, and so Tim was very happy about going out to left field again. That's where he's playing currently. Tried to lay one down. Brett in shallow at third. 1-1 the count. Tommy Lasorda, he was a great minor league star here in Montreal. He was an obscure major league pitcher, but he was big stuff here. And with Sparky Anderson on the left, Billy Martin managing the American League. An interesting story in itself because of what happened last season. 2-1 the count. Sparky perhaps positioning players in that shot. We saw Anderson motioning Sparky for many years. Of course, the manager of the Cincinnati Reds. Man has a little better knowledge than Martin would of what National League hitters are likely to do. 3-1. Martin getting the nod because Bob Lemon had managed the Yankees into the World Series last year after Gene Michael had been fired, and then Lem was fired. So for a change, Martin replaces Lemon by virtue of the fact that Billy won the American League West last year. Raines hitting it foul. Granted.
Virginia misses range. Yes, indeed.
One of the things about Tim, he's got 39 stolen bases this year, but he came out of spring training hurting, and he got off to a slow start as far as the stolen base department is concerned, because he can steal bases on you too. He's got excellent speed, but he's healthy now.
And Eckersley strikes him out. One gone in the first inning. Raines is gone, and here is Pete Rose, who plays the same way during the regular season, the All-Star game, post, you name it. In March, in Bradenton, he played the same way. Pete's numbers for the season is averaged a little bit below what it would normally be. Here's Carlton. Steve Carlton will be the next National League pitcher. Tommy Lasorda hopeful that Rogers could go 3, and then we'd see Carlton. Rose lining it to left field, but right at Ricky Henderson. 2 up and 2 down in the bottom of the first inning. And a big ovation upcoming as Andre Dawson makes his way to the plate.
One of the many stars of a Montreal team that seems to be supercharged with personnel, but is not producing on the ball field in the pennant race the way expected.
Andy Dawson, prior to last Monday night, he did not even swing a bat or do anything 6 days prior. He was hurt. He was not in the lineup, and they've got to have this big guy in the lineup if they're going to do anything. Now Doug Harvey pointing out at something and calling time, second straightaway center field, moving a person around out there.
Eckersley working on Dawson, starts him with a strike, and the count is 0-1.
Eckersley, you see, he'll drop from the side. You really have to like Denny because he comes right at you. He does not fool around. He doesn't have a lot of finesse out there. He'll just bear down and come and get you a fastball and a good curveball.
Pop to shallow right field. Here comes Reggie, and that's that. So a 1-2-3 inning for Eckersley. At the end of 1, the American League leading the National League 1-0. Great all-star moments are something all ball players remember the rest of their lives. Hall of Famer Stan Musial remembers his winning home run in 1955.
Back in 1955 at the All-Star game in Milwaukee, in the 12th inning, I was coming up to the plate, and I told Leo DeRocher I'm about ready to hit one for him, and he said, "You owe me one," and sure enough, I got a high fastball, and I hit it out of the ballpark, and I kind of enjoy that.
Who is America's leader in radials? Goodyear. We outsell all foreign radials combined. And here's one reason why. The Goodyear Eagle GT. A
high-performance radial that gives a great performance in the rain with outstanding traction and superb handling on wet, slippery turns. The Goodyear Eagle GT. It's one reason Goodyear is the leader in radials. No foreign maker of radials even comes close. When you need radials, come up to Goodyear.
When it comes to low fares, make no mistake, Greyhound, America's travel leader, is still America's great travel value. Nobody can take you there for less than Greyhound. Nobody. Plus, Greyhound's going more places more often than anybody else. When you can go with a leader and get an unbeatable low fare, why travel any other way? Go with the leader. Go Greyhound. Nobody goes for less.
Everybody is thrilled by it. Everybody talks about it. Everybody loves it. Because it'll always be fun. Indiana Jones is back in Raiders of the Lost Ark. The return of the great adventure. Trust me. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Rated PG.
Opens Friday, July 16th at a theater near you. Check newspapers.
That's the Expo mascot. His name is Yuffie, normally decked out only in orange, but black tie tonight. The All-Star game is in Montreal. Second inning. American League leading 1-0. Bottom of the order, Bobby Grich, Carlton Fisk, and Dennis Eckersley. Grich, Bobby at the age of 33, playing in his 6th All-Star game. 3rd time he started. Started at shortstop in the All-Star game back in '72 when he was with Baltimore. 2-0.
Carlton Fisk on deck. Controversy seems to follow him everywhere. More on that in a moment. White Sox, subject of a lot of print medium stuff. Steve not happy perhaps with the call on that pitch.
3-0 pitch is in for a strike. Rogers is prone. Sometimes you don't know if he's happy or what. He's prone to a lot of grimacing and facial contortions on the mound. Even when he's working on a perfect game, he goes through them. 3-2.
Highly thoughtful, intelligent man, Rogers. Absorbs information like a sponge. Witness his role in the baseball players' strike last year. Wound up knowing almost as much law as the people representing the players.
And called strike 3.
All right, back to Carlton Fisk. Carlton Fisk had something to say about the firing of Schuler, the pitching coach with the White Sox. I discussed
What's this mess involving pitching coach Schuler and the circumstances under which he left?
Well, I don't know all the particulars in that event, but I do recognize one fact, and possibly more than that, that Ron Schuler was good for the Chicago White Sox. I think he did an excellent job with the young pitching staff that he had to work with. They weren't pitching as well as the organization had expected them to up until this point, so they used Ron Schuler as a scapegoat, and the way they handled it was particularly appalling as far as my view of it.
That's what you call an outspoken fella. Don, you're working for the White Sox these days. You agree with his evaluation of his management?
It was not handled in the best way. There's no question about that, and I think management is very sorry about the way the whole thing transpired. And by the way, just going along a little bit further on that, the White Sox today announced that they have hired Ken Silvestri, who is in their minor league system, and he will be their pitching coach right now through the rest of the year, and then I guess they will sit back and wait.
You saw Fisk fly out to center, and Eckersley bounces one toward Trio. The smooth Manny throws him out, and a 1-2-3 inning for Rogers. The American League on in order. We played 1.5 in Montreal. The American League 1, and the National League nothing.
When you read Time each week, you know more. You understand.
Time flies, and you are there. Time cries and lets you care. You understand the world we share. Yes, time brings you closer to living. Time puts events in sharp review. Time brings it all right home to you. When you read time, you understand what it all means to you.
Each week, Time magazine takes you beyond the news to help you make sense of it all. So read Time and understand.
Throughout your world, throughout your land, time puts it all right in your hand. Read time and understand.
Hey, Sheriff, you hear about Big A Auto Parts?
Yeah, Big A saying they always have the part, and that's suspicious.
When you check out Big A, you'll find every Big A Auto Parts store has an incredible system that keeps up with all the parts they sell. And replacements are delivered every day, so they'll always have the part you need when you need it.
And you?
Well, Sheriff, I see you finally found something crooked.
Big A Auto Parts. We've got it.
Unbeaten American Davey Moore defends his WBA World Junior Middleweight title against first-ranked Ayub Kaluli. Plus, buckets of fun as firemen frolic on ABC's Wide World of Sports Saturday.
Mike Schmidt to lead things off for the National League, hitting cleanup from the Philadelphia Phillies. One of the great moments in his career came here, late 1980, a home run late in a game that turned out to be the pennant clinching game, or the division clinching game, for the Philadelphia Phillies. They went on to beat Houston in the scintillating National League Championship Series, and of course on to the World Series, and defeated Kansas City in 6. Mike Schmidt, who normally hits 4th in the Philadelphia order. It's interesting, the National League lineup, the way it is tonight, the first 5 guys are hitting in the same spots in which they normally hit. Raines leads off for Montreal. Rose normally bats 2nd for Philadelphia. Dawson normally hits 3rd for Montreal. Schmidt 4th for Philadelphia. And Gary Carter on deck, normally the 5th place hitter for the Expos. Mike has been bothered by a slight muscle pull in his hamstring. It's conceivable that he'll come out of the game after this one at bat. Now, we talked about the pitchers they've left off.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
All of those men are not on the American League All-Star team. All of them. 0-2.
You realize Vukovich of Milwaukee in his last 32 decisions has won 25 times. Only Valenzuela has won more games in that span. He's not on the team.
Well, Tommy Lasorda said he's going to sit down and write all the players that he thought should be here, just write him a letter of apology. But I think both managers stated it very well, that you can only take so many, and somebody's going to get left off, and there's always going to be some feelings hurt.
Not only leaving off the 7 biggest winners, but they've left off the top 6 fellas in terms of ERA this year. As Schmidt pops it up in foul ground. Fisk flipping the mask away, makes the catch.
I love to watch Carlton Fisk play. I love to hear him explain. After he told me the management's behavior was appalling, I said, "You looking to move again? Maybe you want to go back to Boston." He said, "No, I've had enough moving, but I got to say what I think."
His opposite number, Gary Carter, leading vote getter this season. For years, they used to talk about, well, someday Carter is going to be the premier catcher. He'll be better than Bench. That day is now.
It's
of course,
amazing.
Johnny's at 3rd.
Well, that's true. You know, it's amazing that the 2 vote getters, the 2 leading vote getters, about that in a moment. Bobby Grich throws him out, but the 2 leading vote getters were the 2 catchers. Fisk in the American League and Gary Carter overall.
And here was Gary earlier receiving the trophy, symbolizing the receiving of more votes than any other player. Led in the balloting back of the plate all the way. Dale Murphy, fellow not too many people have heard about up until this season, but of course the Braves have changed that in a hurry, the way they are playing. Murphy having a great season. As you look at Yogi Berra, the honorary captain of the American League. Murphy leading the majors in home runs with 23.
Well, I think Dale would be the first one to tell you that the positioning in the lineup as far as the Atlanta Braves are concerned has really helped him. He's hitting ahead of Horner, and of course he's getting a few more pitches to hit now than what he would in the past, more so than if he was, say, hitting behind him.
3-0 the count.
And another thing there, you look at the National League home run leaders, Murphy on top, Kingman, Carter, Horner, Thompson, and Clark, and you can see Horner right there with 18, so that's a pretty good 1-2 punch they have down in Atlanta. But another big thing that helped him when they took the catcher's gear away from him.
People forget that. Started back at the plate. Ball 4. So Murphy becomes the National League's first base runner. Dale at first base with 2 down in the second inning. The American League on top 1-0. And Dave Concepcion coming up. Davey hitting .293 this year with a home run and 34 runs batted in, and one of the few bright spots in a dismal season for Cincinnati. A season that Reds fans haven't experienced, I don't know, since Doubleday was around, I suppose. It seems that long.
Well, they've lost a lot of RBIs over there.
Concepcion wrapping it foul. Off to the right. 0-1 the count.
You're right about the lost RBIs, but that's a little deceptive. It was time for Cincinnati to rebuild, but they were counting on 2 of the elder statesmen, Seaver and Bench, and it's their failure to come through that's caused the dismal nature of their current record. Some of the youngsters are doing pretty well there, and Dreesen's having an excellent year.
Well, somewhere along the line, you got to draw the line. You got to say we have to try and then start rebuilding a little bit. See what we have in the minor leagues.
Interesting that on a team that's always been offensively dominated, they put 2 pitchers on the National League staff, and Mario Soto and Tom Hume. They pitch out, nothing happening. 1-1. To deep left field and into the corner and out of here. Dave Concepcion hitting it right down the line, just there and gone.
Well, they got a pitch up in his wheelhouse, and he really turned on it, and that ball got out of here in a hurry.
A man who always had a marvelous glove as a rookie. They knew about his defense. They wondered about him offensively. Over the years, he's really come on.
There you see the sinker from the middle of the plate in and up, and there's nothing that will go farther than high sinkers, and I can attest to that.
So the National League assumes the lead. 2-1. 2 out, bases empty. Manny Trio of the Philadelphia Phillies taken outside, ball 1. Eckersley has been prone to giving up home runs this season. He's given up 15. Interestingly, Concepcion had only 1 regular season home run coming in tonight. 2-0 the count. Manny Trio, formerly with the Cubs, then on to Philadelphia. There's Concepcion, the happy one in the National League dugout.
Al, it's really nice to go to an all-star game. It's quite an honor, number one, and it's a thrill to be there. And it's amazing how you can get in that clubhouse in the course of one day, and all of a sudden, after you're fighting each other tooth and nail at the first half of the season and again at the second half, that one day you can get together as one.
After a visit from Billy Martin, Trio fouls it away. 2-1. Trio Leo, interestingly, this season, he's made just one error. The first time he touched the ball this year, opening day against the Mets, he was charged with an error. None since. Grounded to short. Robin Yount. Over to Cooper, and that's that. In the second inning, 2 runs, 1 hit, the homer by Concepcion. Nobody left on. We've played 2 at Olympic Stadium. National League 2, American League 1.
In today's offices, managers and professionals are expected to earn their salaries with tools that haven't changed much since the 1800s, like the ballpoint pen, the pencil and eraser, and the typewriter. No wonder productivity is behind the times. But Xerox can help with flexible information systems that simplify word and data processing and print and distribute information at record speeds, which can put you a century ahead of where you were yesterday.
Looks like a great day. What are you going to do?
Play tennis. Get a new swing set.
Anyone want to compare insurance policies? Wait, Allstate could make it worthwhile. And very easy. Just drop off your policies at Allstate the next time you're in Sears. And we're going to do everything to see if Allstate can give you a better value. Oh, got good news for you.
You do? He does. Already?
See what Allstate can do for you. Put yourself in good hands.
Time magazine calls it a vision of the movie's future, sights that no eye, no camera has ever before beheld. UPI finds it utterly new, vividly exciting, a trip and a half. Newsweek describes it as somewhere you've never been, a brave new world set inside a computer. No movie has ever looked like this before. Omni calls it an imaginative, spectacular film. Tron, rated PG, now playing at a theater near you. Check local listings.
What a fabulous sight. Al Michaels, Howard Cosell, Don Drysdale, Keith Jackson, Bob Uecker with us as you look down from the Goodyear Blimp and now up at the Goodyear Blimp, piloted tonight by Warner Roth from Cocoa Beach, Florida. 5-day trip up here. What a marvelous evening. Great day. Temperature very comfortable, mid-70s. Humidity is low. Great feeling in this town. They've waited for this one as you look at Jim Clancy of the Toronto Blue Jays. They'll start to throw.
You know, that could have been something. You'd have had Rogers starting for the National League and Clancy from the American League. I mean, conceivably, that could have happened to Canadian pitchers.
Conceivably, but Clancy comes off his possibly worst outing of the year.
I saw that the other day. He was not happy with that over in Toronto against the White Sox.
That was the 16-7 lambasting.
Ricky Henderson with a 1-strike count. Now a 2-strike count. 0-2. George Brett will be up 3rd in the inning. He singled in the first, as did Henderson. Ricky coming in to score on a sacrifice fly by Jackson. 1-2.
First inning was key for Rogers. There's Ray Knight in at 3rd, having a super year. Al had mentioned Schmidt's slightly pulled hamstring, so Mike's out.
And grounded down to Knight, who gets some immediate action. Guns it over to Pete Rose, the man that Knight had replaced a couple of years back at Cincinnati. And Pete opted to go to Philadelphia. Ray with the Reds, and then on to Houston in the Cedeno deal.
Seems to me that first inning may be a key to this whole ball game. Rogers in trouble. 1 run in. They had been hitting him effectively. 3 hits in the inning. And in the clutch, he struck out Robin Yount, leaving 2 on.
Freddie Lynn flied out his first trip. Gets fooled, comes around, doesn't get it. 0-1. The commissioner, Bowie Kuhn, and Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada looking on from their box. Quickly 0-2.
Rogers has got that very easy motion, and he certainly has a much better than average fastball, which has got to add to his advantage. And I said before, he's the type of pitcher, he uses finger pressures on that fastball. Look out. That got away. But he'll have it sail one way, then he'll put a little pressure on another finger and have it tail the other way. And he's got the curveball and the slider.
Been very, very consistent through the years. 2 to Lynn. As a change, grounded sharply, but Rose is right there. Pete will do it himself. And that's 6 straight. Set down by Rogers. Dee Lynn. Watching her husband now, who's 0 for 2. George Brett. Single to left field in the first inning. National League 2, American League 1. National League winners of 10 straight, 18 of the last 19. And on top here.
Just an incredible, mystifying statistic.
You're talking about the .214 average of Brett. A lot of times, though, you get out there, Howard, and you run across those National League pitchers that go out there, and they don't make a lot of mistakes if they're right that particular night, and that can make it awfully tough.
Looking in from right field. That Brett, who uses the whole field. Two and 1 the count.
A couple of different hitting theories right here. We talked about Cecil Cooper and talking with Rod Carew, and of course George Brett is the great pupil of batting coach Charlie Lau of the Chicago White Sox.
Two and 2 the count.
Still, Georgie has had a cold bat, as you've said. There's Reg on deck. And there's a fella sitting on the bench who leads the major leagues in base hits with 107. His name is Hara, Toby Hara.
2 and 2 the count.
Well, you know, Hara's going to see some action. There's no question about that. But Billy Martin has to be a little concerned as you see Fernando Valenzuela. But the thing about Yount, the shortstop, he's got a little slight leg pull, and Billy's a little bit concerned about him, how he's going to weather the storm out here tonight. So he's got to use Hara. It's short if indeed Brett can't make it.
Bouncing ball. Trio can only wave at it as it goes on out into center field, and so Brett is 2 for 2, and it's the 4th hit for the American League, all singles.
I should say if Yount can't make it, so it's just going to be, there's 3 guys that are a little ouchy. Mike Schmidt has come out, Leon Durham of the Chicago Cubs, and of course the man we just talked about, Robin Yount.
Poor Durham, you had to feel sorry for him in the pregame introductions. Flew up with him the other day, excited, as you might suspect, to be in an all-star game, and then you have to be introduced after Al Oliver. So the crowd's going insane and nobody hears you. Reggie Jackson popping it up. Knight at third. Ready? And the side is retired. No runs, a base hit by Brett. They strained him. We played 2.5 in Olympic Stadium in Montreal. Nationals 2, Americans 1.
Guys, we've got some good news.
And some bad news.
First, the good news. In shaving tests nationwide, Gillette's Good News disposable razor with micro-smooth twin blades gave men a closer, smoother, safer shave than Bic.
Now, the bad news. If you use Bic, you are not getting as close, as smooth, or as safe a shave as with
Gillette's Good News.
Sorry, Bic.
Gillette's Twin Blade Good News. It's bad news for Bic.
Right Guard knows a man needs all the protection he can get. Right Guard antiperspirant has an action-triggered formula. Triggered to release protection when your body needs it most. So the more protection you need, the more you get. Action-triggered Right Guard helps keep you dry and odor-free all day. Right Guard sprays solid and roll-on. The more protection you need, the more protection you get.
You want something better, you've been smart enough to find. Wendy's does it better, that's why you're Wendy's kind of people. You know how you want it, hot off the grill, with the fixings you want on it. You'll really get your fill, that's why you're crazy kind of people. You want something better, you're Wendy's kind of people.
Bottom of the 3rd inning coming up at the All-Star game. Let's get downstairs to Bob Uecker with Mike Schmidt. Ueck?
All right, Al, thank you very much. Mike, early season injuries have plagued you, and tonight, a bit of a hamstring problem?
Yeah, I'm out of shape a little bit, I guess, Bobby. I'm doing my best to get back in shape and have a healthy second half, which starts Thursday, and I owe it to my teammates and my team to be able to play hard on Thursday.
Mike, you voiced some opinion about being voted into the All-Star game. Your honest opinion, do you think you should have been voted?
Well, I think the fans are voting for the guys they want to see start the ball game. If the criterion for voting is to vote for the guy with the best statistics, obviously I don't have the best, and I'm out of the game now, and the two guys with better statistics than me, the fans are going to see in the rest of the game.
Would you have voted for yourself?
No, probably, because I'm the type of guy that I've been in this position when P. Rose used to play third base. I always used to have to sit and watch him play 4 or 5 innings, and I had the best statistics. So they'll get their chance. Ray Knight and Bob Horner will play a good ball game, I guarantee you.
Al, I never had that problem. Back to you.
I know it. Very well aware of that fact, Duke. Bottom of the third inning, and Rupert Jones of the San Diego Padres pinch hits for Steve Rogers, who is finished under All-Star rules. Starting pitcher can work 3 innings. Rogers finished there, and Rupert Jones leads off by hitting one to deep right center field. Reggie Jackson going back, and it's off the wall, and Reggie has a long run to play the carom. Jones with good speed coming toward third. They will stop him there.
Right there, look at Rupert Jones and look at Dennis Eckersley, but really Rupert Jones. Part of the story, one of the biggest stories in baseball this year. That's Dennis Eckersley's wife, obviously. She's not too happy about the trend of events. But the San Diego Padres and Rupert Jones, a former Yankee, one of so many brilliant trades engineered by the unsung Jack McKeon. The Padres within 2 games of the Atlanta Braves at the All-Star break. And who would have picked that at the start of the season? Who would have talked about Jones and Tim Lawler and all of the other players they have gotten? Before this season is over, McKeon may become one of the dominant figures in all of baseball.
Well, not only that, Dick Williams has done a great job with them. They know the style and the brand of baseball that Dick Williams expects, and he's getting it.
Tim Raines, the batter, takes a strike. Raines struck out in the first inning, so Jones at third. The American League infield up at first and third, and halfway at short and second. Rupert, nearly an inside the park home run. John McNamara, the third base coach and the manager of the Cincinnati Reds, all the way down near home plate before he finally put up his hands.
Johnny McNamara might be one of the better third base coaches in the game of baseball, because he's been out there quite a while before he became a manager, and he's excellent. Really, on that ball out there, Reggie at the last moment looked at Freddie Lynn cutting across, and then it short hopped the wall and kicked back by him.
2-1 the count on Tim Raines. Steve Rogers, by the way, the scoring rule that the starting pitcher has to go 5 to get a win is obviously waived in an All-Star game. So if the Nationals are never headed, Rogers would get the W. 3-1 the count. National League leading 2-1 on the strength of a home run by Dave Concepcion. Jones at third and nobody out. Bottom of the third inning, 3-1 on Raines. Foul off to the left. Full count. Two hits for the Nationals tonight. The homer by Concepcion and the triple here by Jones.
Well, you can see on that last shot where Robin Yount and Bobby Grich are playing. Of course, you can play back a little bit further on the artificial surface. That ball's going to get to you much quicker.
It's outside for ball 4. Second walk given up by Eckersley. Runners at first and third with nobody out. And Pete Rose, who fly to left in the first inning, coming up.
Remember, coming into this game, Eckersley had only walked 23 on the season. Al emphasized his great control. But now, the All-Star game, and the National League seeking to assume early command.
Infield looking for a double play. They'd give up a run if they're able to turn it. Raines threat to go at first base.
Eckersley's got a better than average move over there, and the thing I think that makes Dennis's move valuable to him is he can throw from any position.
Not going, and the pitch misses. 1-0. Range at first base. There's Jones at third. And Tim with 39 steals. Lonnie Smith is the leader of St. Louis, 41. Omar Moreno of Pittsburgh and Range are next at 39. But of course, they all pale in comparison to Henderson with 84.
You fans can see the seams in the artificial carpet. Another matter of some controversy prior to this game.
There goes Raines, a huge jump and no throw. Just doing the wise thing, holding on. He had not a prayer.
Now that is the only problem that Dennis Eckersley will have, is he has that high leg kick, and boy, that is just inviting all kinds of trouble. And when you get a man at first base who can run a little bit and you have that high leg kick, there you see Raines, Eckersley starting. They have no chance whatsoever.
Dennis has another problem, getting the hitters out.
After he started the game by retiring the first 5 in a row. 1-1 the count. Rose taking outside for ball 2. 2-1.
Those artificial seams which you just saw laid before you and the more panoramic shot. Explain their problem here, Don.
Well, first of all, it's a very hard field, number one.
Rose lifting it in the air to right center field. Should be deep enough to score. Jones as Jackson makes the catch. Reggie throwing on in. And Rupert coming to the plate and makes it safely. Jackson with a good throw in from right center.
Took the speed of Rupert Jones to beat the tag because Reggie made one whale of a throw.
He really did.
He did. A happy National League dugout. Rose gets it deep enough. Jackson laying back well. Now watch Reggie get into position. Here he comes now making the catch. And his throw is right there to Carlton Fisk, who had to go out to meet it so he would not be short hopped. And Rupert Jones, as he comes around to the other side of the batter's box, you can see him coming around and Fisk going out to make the catch of the ball in the air, but then the tag is too late. Doug Harvey right there in good position to make the call.
I haven't seen Reggie make a throw like that in years.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Years.
Been a long time. Been a long time.
Reggie's always had a good arm. He's always had a good arm. That's very true. It's just a question of trying to get, not having to be so erratic at times.
Andre Dawson at the plate and a throw back to second.
Now I'll tell you what Bobby Grich will do as he talks with the second base umpire John McSherry. If he sees a man coming back head first, that he will just use that as a gauge, because he'll put the pickoff play on again, and then when the pickoff play is made, he goes down to that right knee and they cannot get back in there. He's a tough competitor out there. Boy, he'll put his nose right in the dirt with you.
Dawson standing in. National League leading 3-1. 1 out in the third. Range at second. Fouled away. 0-1 the count. Top in the first, 2 singles and a sacrifice fly by Jackson, but a home run by Concepcion with a man on in the second, and a triple by Jones and a sacrifice fly by Rose here in the third. 3-1 National League. 0-2.
Eckersley ought to be in as good a shape to start this game as anybody. He pitched last Friday, went 9 innings. He lost that ball game by a score of 4-1. As a matter of fact, all 4 of the starters on the American League club lost their last outing. Eckersley and Bannister pitched Friday, Guidry Saturday, and Clancy on Sunday.
Dennis to the plate 0-2 and a check swing foul over by the commissioner's box. Bowie just sort of waving a hand at that one as it went by. Sort of like Howard in the booth, Don.
yard safe here because we're too far from home plate. He doesn't have to worry about the foul balls here.
And Butch Hobson's not up.
Yeah, right. At Fenway. There's another little check swing bouncer down to Gritch at second base. They get him at first for the out. And on the plate, Tim Raines advances 90 feet. Raines now at third with 2 gone in the third inning. And up comes Ray Knight, hitting for the first time. Schmidt coming out of the game after he went 0 for 1. Fisk and Eckersley will get together.
What a year he's having.
Solid player.
You hit the way he's hitting in the Astrodome, you're hitting.
That's right. You can always throw out the home run stats for the Astros. You're not going to hit very many down there. Knight, third in the league in hitting. Raines at third. Great speed. 2 down. 0-1. This place would erupt if Tim decides to steal home.
Well, Dennis Eckersley knows about the speed of Raines. You see, he's not pitching from a windup. He's going to continue to work out of that stretch, so that'll make it a little bit tougher. And, of course, Brett has to play back at third, and you've got Yount having to play a little deeper at short, so that whole left side is back.
Knight popping it up. Bobby Gritch getting underneath it, and that's that in the third inning. But the leadoff triple by Jones pays a dividend. A run, a hit, leave 1 into 3. It's 3-1 National League. It's a special thrill to be the star of the All-Star game in front of your hometown fans. Al Rosen, now general manager of the Houston Astros, was the star of the 1954 game in Cleveland.
My greatest thrill in the All-Star game was the second home run I hit in 1954. Johnny Antonelli, the pitcher, Roy Campanella, the catcher, and as I rounded third base and came home, Roy was standing there to greet me and said, "Don't tell me you're not the best guess hitter in the game today. Nobody could hit that pitch out had they not been guessing."
There's a hungry kind of feeling, and every day it grows. You know there's so much more to you than anybody knows.
In the Army, we do more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
Hey, First Sergeant. Good morning.
When it comes to low fares, make no mistake, Greyhound, America's travel leader, is still America's great travel value. Nobody can take you there for less than Greyhound. Nobody. Plus, Greyhound's going more places more often than anybody else. When you can go with a leader and get an unbeatable low fare, why travel any other way? Go with the leader. Go Greyhound. Nobody goes for less.
You don't have to put up with hotel excuses like the maid, the TV man, or the plumber is gone for the day. Because Holiday Inn gives you this no excuses guarantee. Everything in your room will be right, or we'll make it right. No excuses. Or that night, you stay free. You don't get this guarantee from any other hotel chain. Not one. So, let us take care of you. Holiday Inn gives you a guarantee, not excuses.
Okay, a couple of changes now for the National League. Dusty Baker of the Los Angeles Dodgers replaces Tim Raines in left field, and the new pitcher is Steve Carlton of the Philadelphia Phillies. And for those of you scoring, Baker will bat ninth, and with Raines coming out, Carlton will bat in the leadoff spot for the National League. So lefty, as he's known in Philly, coming on here in the fourth inning after Rogers had limited the American League to 1 run through 3. Cecil Cooper at the plate. Base hit in the first inning. 1-0 the count. Even now at 1-1, Cooper to be followed by Yount and Gritch.
Well, you think of the start that Steve Carlton had this year and what his record is right now. He's really been pitching some good baseball. His record as of today, 11-7.
He was 0-4 earlier this year. 1-2 the count. 2-2 to Cooper. Breaking ball. Carter ready to whip it around, but Harvey says no, sir.
Coop was a little worried about it. Looked back, checked the call.
Fouled away.
Carlton always possessed a great fastball. He's had a good curveball. He's worked hard with a slider. Right now, he'll throw the fastball, but not as much, I don't believe, as he used to. He's really a good pitcher right now. He just mixes in all three.
And it stays 2-2.
He's up against a left-handed hitter who gives nothing, whether he strikes out or not on this occasion, gives nothing to left-handed pitchers. He'll battle you, he'll foul it off, make a mistake to him, he'll belch you.
And down he goes on a good breaking ball. All right, Rupert Jones is downstairs with Bob Uecker. Uecker.
All right, Al, thank you very much. And Rupert, triple, I thought you had a home bagger. I thought you hit for the distance. One of your biggest thrills or not?
Yeah, that's one of my biggest thrills. You know, I played in 2 All-Star games now, and I had 2 at-bats, and I got a triple this time, so it really feels good. I told Tom Lasorda I hit a double, but I hit a triple.
Back to you, Al.
All right, you. So the man making the trip. Well, he made it in from New York, actually. That's where San Diego closed All-Star competition. Comes up once, does his job. Take the rest of the night off. 1-0 the count on Robin Yount. Check swing, came around. 1-1. Yount struck out in the first inning. Grounded foul. Of course, Milwaukee just starting to come into prominence last couple of years. It's one of the smaller major league markets, and Howard was talking about Cooper. I agree with you. I think Cooper is probably as good an all-around player as there is going today, and a fellow like Yount, and yet not that well known yet. Fouled away.
Well, we just had Al Rosen on with his 2 home runs. As you look at Angular, David Winfield of the Yankees, his 2 home runs in the '54 All-Star game. He and Bud Selig, the Brewer owner, were with me today, and another ball. And they were both saying, why don't we have a split season this year? Milwaukee's in first place by 2 percentage points over Boston. And, of course, Rosen would like Houston to start the season over. You just saw Raleigh fingers, of course.
Key man out of the Brewer pen. 3-2 the count. Bobby Grich will be next. And Robin Yount is on. First walk issued to an American leaguer tonight. Bobby Grich coming up.
Don has talked to you about Bobby Grich, whom he knows so very well from when Don was the voice of the California Angels. And you talked about what a digger he is, what hustle, what a competitor. One of the great things about this kid is his power to the opposite field.
Oh, he's got a lot of power to the opposite field. You get a fastball up over the plate, he'll just ride it right out of here.
1-0 the count on Grich.
You were talking earlier, Howard, about the seams, and of course I talked about the very hard surface here in Montreal. Also, the seams create a problem because it'll make that ball move a little bit on those infielders and outfielders if it happens to hit that seam in the right spot. And usually on an artificial surface you always get a very true hop, but not when there's a seam involved.
1-1. This field was in such dastardly shape earlier this season that when the Expos went on the road, I believe they spent something like $100,000 to do some patching and repairing.
That's true, because the seams here are splitting, which was the essential point I wanted to get to. But they're not going to change it till after the season.
Carlton has one get away in the count. 2-1.
There's the man with the big kick. Juan Marichal performed brilliantly last night at the Place des Arts here. He was one of a sextet of major leaguers who did the cha-cha.
2-2.
Manny Sanguin, Bra Bobby Thompson, Juan Marichal, Minnie Minosa, Claude Raymond, and Orlando Cepeda.
Full count. Carter looking out back to the bag at first, so 3-2 with 1 down.
I'll tell you, Marichal sent a lot of National League hitters back to the bench with the cha-cha, too.
I told him earlier, I told him earlier, I'm looking for Roseboro.
That's all over.
That's what he said. That's a great story from baseball that Don Drysdale was an unwitting witness to.
Well, I'll tell you how that happened, and it was where they got in a little battle at home plate, and of course won Marichal. I was on my way to New York, Howard, because I was going to open up the next day against the Mets, and I had a nice little flight, watched a movie, and I got to New York, and I saw the bad incident where he'd hit him over the head, and there were some writers out there, must have found out that I was on the plane. And they asked me, as Bobby Grits draws the walk, they asked me, what'd you think about the fight? And I said, fight? You know, they said, yeah, the fight. I said, well, I don't know. It must have been back in the coach section, because I said, I was up in first class. I never saw a fight.
Well, here's Carlton Fisk, first and second, one out. The classic shot of Carlton Fisk coming up right here. Game 6, 1975 World Series. Score tied in extra innings. To left field. Is it fair? Is it fair? It is.
One of the most remembered scenes in baseball history.
Oh, incredible. Classic game. Bernie Carvel with a 3-run homer to tie it. So they went to 7, and the Reds won it the next night.
Keith and I had Carlton this year on a Monday night in Comiskey Park when he hit 2 home runs. They came from way behind through Carlton and beat Oakland that night.
1-1 on Fisk.
Controversy in his, Billy. In the New York papers today about Carlton, he said, we play this game for fun. I believe his remarks were taken out of context, as the article sought to connote that he didn't care about winning.
Well, that's completely wrong if you know Carlton Fisk.
Exactly
right
the point. That's the point.
Fisk at the plate, 2-1. American League trailing 3-1 in the 4th inning. They have Yount at second, Grich at first, 1 away. Now we're even. 2-2. In the National League bullpen, it's Tom Hume throwing. Of course, Tommy Lasorda hopeful that Carlton can give him 3, but Steve a little shaky right now, and so he gets Hume up. Two pitch upcoming. Got it. So 2 down, both on strikeouts. And this program being brought to you is an exclusive presentation of ABC Sports. Let's pause 5 seconds to allow our local stations to identify themselves.
WPVI TV, Channel 6, Philadelphia.
Back in Montreal, Andre Thornton coming up for the American League. They trail 3-1. Tying run at first base, 2 down, 4th inning. Thornton, a late addition. When Carew took himself out of the game, that opened up spot 28, and Andre filled it. He should have been there otherwise.
He should have been there in the first place. One of the great human interest stories in the whole history of baseball. His stats, which you just saw graphically, speak for themselves. Man who in a tragic automobile accident on an icy road lost his wife and daughter. A man who, with great faith, deeply religious man, came back from that. Then 2 knee operations. And then a broken hand on the first pitch of spring training. Still another season lost. And everybody wrote him off. And look what he's done this year. Only one man with more ribbies in his league. That's Hal McRae.
And only one man's hit more home runs. That's Gorman
Thomas.
Grounded to third. It's a foul ball. Foul ball is the call.
Very close.
Ray Knight trying to coax it fair, make it look like he's able to make the play on the bag.
Well, Ray was trying to block that third base umpire if he could, but that call is for the home plate umpire, and Doug Harvey right there. And he said, no, you don't, Raymond. No.
Let's look at it.
Both umpires called it foul, but Don's right. It's the home plate umpire's call until the ball gets to third base.
There you take another look at it, and indeed it was the correct call.
Yes, it was. But he play acted it well. Trotted right on in.
Count now 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 out in the 4th inning. Even now, 2-2. Carlton's 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, and so Steve walks 2 but strikes out 3. And at the end of 3.5, still National League 3, American League 1.
In just a jiffy, I can help make your GM car run cleaner, run longer, and save gasoline.
How, Mr. Goodrich?
Well, maybe it's time for a new set of genuine GM filters to clean the oil, to clean the gasoline, to clean the 10,000 gallons of air your engine mixes with every gallon of gas.
Tall order.
And there's still time to check your wipers.
Keep that great GM feeling. That was fast, Mr. Goodrich, with genuine GM parts.
My American friends introduced me to my favorite beer, light beer from Miller. Now I'm introducing them to my favorite food. With nachos, the best thing about light is it tastes great.
Not bad.
With enchiladas, the best thing is it's got a third less calories than the regular beer. With burritos, the best thing is it's less filling.
Carlos, what's this?
And with jalapeno peppers, the best thing about light is it's cold.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
The plane, Firefox, the most devastating killing machine ever built. The man, Mitchell Gant, U.S. fighter pilot.
Gant, can you fly that plane?
Yeah, I can fly it. I'm the best there is. The mission, steal Firefox. See Clint Eastwood in one of the most important films in a decade. Firefox, rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
Aye, Scotland's plaid carpet has rolled out for the oldest of golf tournaments, the prestigious British Open, live this weekend on ABC.
Gary Carter. Earlier we saw Sam Shell of Gillette, the company that conducted the All-Star balloting, giving Gary his trophy. Top vote getter. Think back last year, Cleveland, right after the strike was over. They started with the All-Star game, and off Ken Forsch of the Angels, he hit this one in the 5th inning, and then he duplicated the feat with Ron Davis, then of the Yankees, on the mound. 2 home runs last year at Municipal Stadium, and the All-Star Game MVP, Gary Carter of the Expos. The Winfield Foundation in evidence here in Montreal. Dave buying some seats. Willie Wilson comes into the game now in center field out of Kansas City. Bill hits second. Freddie Lynn is out of the game. And Jim Clancy of the Toronto Blue Jays. 500 pitcher this season, 3.56 ERA. On to work. So Gary Carter to lead off. Murphy and Concepcion to follow. 3-1 National League, bottom of the 4th inning. 1-0. Carter grounded out in the 2nd. 2-0 the count. Duke Snyder, the honorary captain for the National League, gets to coach 1 inning at first base. There he is on the lines. My boyhood idol. Love that man.
His wife Beverly's in town with him.
Grounded to short. Yaup to Cooper. 1 away. Downstairs, let's check in with Bob Uecker and Steve Rogers.
All right, Al, thank you very much. And Steve Rogers, a good performance tonight. You left with the lead. What about the Expos this year, Steve?
Well, I tell you what, we've been a little inconsistent the first half, but we know we've got a heck of a lot more talent than the way we've played.
And what about this is an ice pack, folks?
Well, I tell you what, this is believed in and has had results by the Montreal Expos, and so we ice down after every time we throw.
Steve, nice going tonight. Al, back to you.
All right, you. Dale Murphy is the batter for the National League with 1 out. Bases empty in the bottom of the 4th inning. Murphy walked, and he was aboard when Concepcion homered in the 2nd.
You know, I think what's one of the big parts and one of the fun parts about the All-Star game, and a fan that ever thinking about coming to any All-Star game, if you get a ticket, get there early and watch batting practice. Boy, they put on quite a show. This young man right here can put on a show for you.
As a matter of fact, yesterday they took batting practice on an off day for all the clubs, of course, during the All-Star break. 28,000 people showed up.
That's right. They had an open workout for both clubs, and they had a good crowd here.
2-2. That should become traditional, no matter where the All-Star game is held. Floyd Bannister of Seattle. What a marvelous year for the Mariners thus far, loosening up for the American League. Crazy races right now. National League West looks like it's upside down. Seattle's in the thick of things in the American West. Foul back. Nancy Murphy and the younger Murphys enjoying the All-Star game in Montreal. Their man leading the majors in home runs. To right field and deep but playable. Jackson is back. Reggie has it. 2 gone here in the 4th inning.
You know, Al, you're talking about those pennant races, and the way it looks right now, the way things have gone through the first half, it's liable to stay that way right down to the final week of the season. You can have some good pennant races.
Well, people are starting to become believers in the teams they thought would fold.
That's right.
Atlanta, San Diego.
You know, Atlanta has
Seattle.
always finished strong. And now all of a sudden they have a super spring and they get off to a good start. And if they can think positive the way that they finished in the last few years, they can be tough.
Dave Concepcion grounds it sharply. It handcuffs Cooper, but he stays with it. And a quick inning for Clancy. 1-2-3. We'll go to the 5th at Olympic Stadium. It's the Nationals 3 and the Americans 1.
Who better than baseball fans to compare baseball games? First, Atari home run baseball.
Where's the diamond?
Hey, there's only 4 players. Now in television Major League Baseball. What'd you think?
He was out by a mile.
By a mile. In television baseball, I think it's the closest thing to the real thing.
Once you put motor on a can, you can't see it, you can't feel it, you can't watch it work. So how do you know how good it is?
At Quaker State, we put it in writing. We back up our quality with a lifetime guarantee.
How do you know how good Quaker State is? We guarantee every new car engine against oil-related failure for as long as you own your car. We put it in writing.
We're working to keep your car staying on the road.
How do you know how good Quaker State is? We put it in writing. No one else does.
45 innings. It's almost breakfast time and still no score in this marathon.
Lucas, there's a McDonald's across the street. Can't you just taste the hot egg McMuffin now, Lucas? I can taste it, Coach. Can't you smell the hot cakes? And sausage, sir? And sausage, Lucas.
So get up this morning and get away to McDonald's. Come on along with ABC. We're reaching out, it's you and me. Come on along with ABC. So come on along with ABC.
Olympic Stadium glowing in the warm Montreal night. 59,000 and change looking on here. The All-Star game, the 53rd. So far, the folks are happy. Their club leads, Nationals 3, Americans 1. 5th inning, Ricky Henderson of Oakland takes a strike from Steve Carlton. Willie Wilson is on deck, and then we'll see George Brett. Henderson scoring the American League run in the first. 1 for 2 on the night.
Yeah, Billy said he was going to run them wild. I don't know how. This is the only runner he really has on the team. Cooper has pretty good speed going to first, as he proved on his infield hit.
Man coming up next can run, too, though he's been hurt part of the season, Willie Wilson.
Yeah, he's in there now, so he has the speed.
1 ball, 2 strikes on the crouching Henderson, who hit Gets it into right field for a base hit. So now we'll see if they go to work on the bases. Ricky 2 for 3 with a base hit. Sparky Anderson coaching first base. And up comes Willie Wilson.
Well, the first thing that Sparky's got to be telling Ricky Henderson at first base that, hey, be alive on this big guy because he's got a good move.
You could almost read his lips, exactly what he's saying. Ricky, I know you know the American League, but this guy has something special right now.
That's right.
Gave him his B+ move there. The count.
You think they don't have a little part of a relay team going right now? Henderson at first and Wilson at the plate.
1-0 the count. In the bullpen now, that's Mario Soto. 8-5 for the Reds this season. Throwing back at Carlton. Wilson tries to punt his way aboard and fouls it away. Carlton with an exceptional move. That time, Steve had Henderson going back to first base.
Exactly.
That's the big thing that you have to put in the minds of those runners over there. If you do have a good move, you've got to make them aware of it. You've got to go over that way every now and then. You give them your C move, your B move, then an A move, and then you might have a chance of picking somebody off. But you're also going to have a chance. Watch him start coming back to the bag. See him start to feint back. And now here comes Carlton to the plate.
1 ball, 1 strike on the switch hitting Wilson. Carlton almost in slow motion that time. What he's prone to do.
Well, that's the way a left-hander, you can come up with a good move that way. If you can have the body balance and you have the right kind of mechanics and you can balance on that left leg, you can hold those runners right there because you don't have to commit yourself coming to the plate. The only time you have to do that is when that right foot comes back behind the rubber. Then you've got to go home.
Comebacker. Carlton to Concepcion and back to Rose. They turn a double play. So you've got Henderson at first and Wilson at the plate, and you still get 2.
Well, that little man at shortstop turned it over well, and he got a great throw from Carlton. Carlton just kind of took his time for a moment. Watch the ball hit back to him. He's got it now. He looks down, taking a little time, gets a good grip. Look at the throw right there to Concepcion, right where you want it. And they double up Wilson with ease.
And they had Willie running from the right side.
Right.
Which makes a big difference. Buddy Bell.
Buddy Bell hitting for Brett here. Brett was 2 for 2 while he was in. Half swing and a miss. 0-1.
Oh, there's a great camera. Now you can sit back and enjoy that shot right there and just watch the way Carlton works.
1-1 the count. Alan Roth working with us in the booth tonight. Watched All-Star games for years. Buddy's dad, Gus, former member of the Cincinnati Reds. Great player in his own right as it's hit foul. Just out of play. 1-2. Saw Gus in the lobby yesterday. Follows Buddy around.
He looks the same, doesn't he? He really does. He looks in great shape.
There was a year when Gus, Wally Post, and every member of the Cincinnati Reds was voted on to the All-Star team.
That's when they took the balloting away from the fans for a while. 2-2 the count.
In the meantime, in the 4th inning, Carlton had some apparent trouble, walking 2 in a row after striking out Cooper. Then he found a sinker, worked it beautifully, and fanned Fisk and Thornton consecutively.
Watch that curve, right, that slider. There's the slider in there. Then he'll come over with the curve ball, take just a little bit off, move the fastball outside, move the fastball in, back you off. Look at that.
And struck him out. So no runs, a hit, and nobody left on. Keith Jackson will have the play-by-play for you the rest of the way. We're halfway through, middle of the 5th. National League 3, American League 1.
If you care about your pictures, you'll flip over Kodak paper. Because for a good look on the front, it helps to have Kodak paper on the back. Kodak paper. It's the only paper to flip over. So to help your pictures look their best, come to a store that cares enough to use Kodak paper.
And you'll flip.
Just ask for Kodak paper where you see this sign. And start flipping.
There's more to John Hancock than life insurance.
In my business, creating something new isn't enough. It has to be what people want. That's why the John Hancock companies constantly develop new financial services that people like me really need. Everything from employee benefits programs to mutual funds, even auto and home reinsurance. When John Hancock offers something new, there's a future in it.
John Hancock. We can help you here and now, not just hereafter.
When Sears puts a muzzler on your car, we'll stand behind it, no matter what. Year after year, mile after mile. If it fails, we'll replace it free. Yet the muzzler muffler's only $24.99 installed in only an hour after you're okay or the labor's free.
And if you need your brakes fixed, have confidence. Sears can fix them the day you come in or the next working day. At Sears Tire and Auto Centers, we install confidence. You can count on Sears.
We're about to witness the most extraordinary scene. We've explained to you earlier that part of the very rich baseball heritage of this great and continental city, Montreal, was lodged in the advent of Jackie Roosevelt Robinson into organized baseball in 1946. Mrs. Robinson has told you of the great happiness she and Jack found here during that year. Now, as a tribute to that heritage, you're about to see a special ceremony. Mrs. Jackie Roosevelt Robinson, Rachel Robinson, together with Jackie's close friend, the captain and shortstop of the Brooklyn Dodgers, Harold Pee Wee Reese, escorting her, moving out to the pitching mound. The crowd having already been apprised by the public address announcer of the occasion and what's happened.
She's a great lady.
Certainly is, and they both look so remarkably well. Now in their 60s, the doty little captain who belongs in the Hall of Fame, and Rachel Robinson. Okay, Keith Jackson, lovely ceremony.
Memories come flooding back when you think of the name Jackie Robinson, because it's so applicable in so many ways in the game of baseball. As we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The score is 3-1 for the National League over the American. And Manny Trio stands at the plate, swinging and missing as Floyd Bannister comes in to pitch. The Seattle Mariner leading the American League with 110 strikeouts with a record of 8-5. Bannister to Trio. Breaks it inside to make it 1-1.
Bannister is a young left-hander that so many clubs are very interested in, because at the end of this year, he will be eligible to become a free agent.
That pitch missing behind the plate now. Lance Parrish of the Detroit Tigers at third base. It is Buddy Bell of the Texas Rangers. Willie Wilson, you have already been informed about, in center field. And over in right field, the big Yankee Dave Winfield. And there's a shot up the middle for a base hit for Manny Trio. So the Philly gets the Mariner and nails him for a base hit. Dusty Baker comes to the plate now. Dusty hitting .294, very sore face because he was struck by a foul ball, causing 2 small fractures over his right eye. When he met his wife Harriet the other day, she was terribly concerned about it, as young Steve Sachs, the brilliant Dodger rookie, is now running at first base for Trio. He is a second baseman. Sachs has speed. He has a foot hooked on the rug, and the pitch comes in from Bannister and misses for ball 1. There's Dusty's wife Harriet.
We all, with the Dodger organization the other day, all aboard the plane as I came in from the West Coast. And she among the group. Sachs dances and Bannister misses outside. With the National League on top of the American 3-1 at the bottom of the 5th inning and threatening right here to get some more. Having Baker in the number 9 position, you'll go back to the top. And you're going to be looking at big Bob Horner of the Atlanta Braves. As Sachs goes, the throw from Parrish. He's out of there. Oh, I'll tell you, Parrish threw a seed. Oh, he's got a gun behind the plate, and you have to have an extraordinary jump to steal a base on him. Look at this throw to Bobby Grits right there. Looked like Steve came up a little short. And there's big John McSherry right there to make the call. Sachs had a decent enough jump, but you're right, he did start a little soon. And he was a dead duck. John McSherry standing on the plate to make the call. And now Dusty Baker hits a high fly ball out to the left side. And Henderson makes the catch. Now let's go to Bob Uecker.
All right, Keith. Thank you very much. We got Reggie Jackson here with us. 20 home runs, Reggie. You trying to prove something to the New York folks or not?
No, not really, Bob. You know, but for a guy over the hill, it ain't bad, right?
No, you're having a fine year. What about the Angels?
Well, we've got a real good ball club. We played exceptionally well, and really our pitching has been really super for us. We've got the best pitching staff as referenced to earned run average, all, you know, throughout the major leagues. So I think we've got a chance at them.
You want to say anything to your former boss?
Hi.
Back to you, Keith.
Bob Horner stands at the plate. And with Horner and Murphy, that's the wheelhouse of the Atlanta Ball Club. 18 home runs. And normally Horner will hit them in clusters. Swing and a miss there. Boy, he's got a short, compact swing, Keith. Watching him in batting practice is just amazing, that the power that he can generate with that very short swing. Got that bat right straight up and down, and he starts it right from there. Bouncing at the plate. I stood down there behind the cage today and watched him hit for a while until he peeled one back in the screen with such force that I decided I'd leave, considering my expensive venture. But I'll tell you, he generates as much power as any man I've ever seen from a short stroke, which means there's great hand action in there.
As you just saw, 7 homers the last 11 games. Atlanta with a great lineup.
That pitch is high.
And what a year Chris Chambliss is giving them.
Oh, they're all having.
Solid man.
That whole ball club's having a good year. Joe Torre and his coaching staff, they did the same thing with them. They taught them how to win. Horner hits it in the air to the left side, not too deeply, and it is going to be caught by Ricky Henderson. So we have finished 5 innings of play in this 1982 All-Star game with the Nationals leading 3-1, and we'll be back with more baseball after this word from our local station.
Now this looks like a good fight. Unbeaten American Davey Moore defends his WBA World Junior Middleweight crown against Ayub Kaluli, the former champ. Now first ranked, just first rate. Plus buckets of fun in the fireman's competition. Follow the road to ABC's Wide World of Sports Saturday.
I'm Mark Howard for Action News. The battleship Iowa will not be refitted in Chester, Pennsylvania. Reaction to the bad news after the All-Star game.
Imagine the problems you'd have if you lost your traveler's checks and wallet overseas.
I want to cancel my credit cards. I want to send a cablegram. Rapido Speedo. Hello? I have no cash.
If you want the only traveler's check with 5 services to help protect your vacation, American Express is worth asking for by name.
I should have asked for American Express. Prego.
Big news! Renault Le Car, an all-time best-selling front-wheel drive car, now has the lowest price of any car in America, $47.95. The car uses little gas, and it's big on handling, ride, and room. And Deluxe Le Car is now only $49.95. Big on value, with reclining bucket seats and more. Renault Le Car, now as little as $47.95 at Renault and American Motors dealers.
Watch Action News after All-Star Baseball tonight.
Dave Winfield will lead off for the American League. Dave is a complete athlete on the baseball diamond. He made two of the great defensive plays that you will ever see in your life a year ago. Watch him hook his leg and go right up the wall, leaving a hole in the wall, but he comes down with a ball. Marvelous athlete, and particularly for his size. And he'll be looking at some heat right now from the Cincinnati Reds, Mario Soto, an outstanding earned run average with a record of 8-5. Soto will be hitting in the #1 spot if he comes to the plate, and Oliver will be batting in the #2 spot. Al Oliver, who is also having a marvelous year, and he is now playing first base for the National League. Mario Soto delivers strike ball. There's Big Al Oliver. He said yesterday that I feel like I've been reborn. Steve Sachs is obviously in at second base, but Oliver is just delighted with the way his life has turned for him. And of course, when you're batting 300 plus and the home folks appreciate it, it makes life a little softer, doesn't it?
Well, I think he's one of the finer hitters in all the game of baseball.
Sure, he's done it in both leagues. If any man can talk about the domination of the National League in All-Star games, it's Oliver. He's been there for both.
A two-strike count. Winfield shoots it up the middle. Base hit for Big David. The American League pecking away at the National League pitchers, but the long ball has been the primary difference in the ball game to this point. And now here comes Eddie Murray of the Baltimore Orioles. And you deal in superlatives when you talk about Eddie Murray.
Well, they were talking about maybe Cooper not getting all the acclaim that he should be, being in a small market as Milwaukee. Here's another man who you talk to American League pitchers and mention Eddie Murray, and they will shudder a little bit too.
Well, in the beginning, they knew how to pitch to him. He was just a fastball hitter, but he's not that anymore. He's a complete hitter now.
And being a switch hitter, the thing that makes Murray so valuable, he's got such good power from both sides.
Strike pitch is Winfield. Edges off first. And Soto comes out and gets ahead immediately on both hitters.
He's not going to finesse you either. He's going to come at you hard, and you may as well be ready.
He was a bit bullish in his all-star selection the day after they picked him. He said, I want to inform manager Lasorda that only Steve Carlton maybe should start in front of me. Well, he is the third man. Count remains strike two. I guess the combination of Murray and Singleton as switch hitters in the middle of the Baltimore lineup is as good as it's ever played as far as switch hitters are concerned. They are just dynamite. And Baltimore is now back in the hunt in the American League East. Soto comes inside with a pitch. However, there is no Baltimore pitcher here this year, and that doesn't happen very often.
Well, no, we saw Scott McGregor's name on that list that has been excluded. He's having a good year, but don't count the birds out. I'll guarantee you that. Mr. Weaver will find some way to get him there.
That ball is hit in the air to the right side and playable. Drifting into the corner and waiting is Murphy. And Dale makes the catch. Winfield bluffs and holds at first base. One out.
The thing that makes them so dynamic, those two you were talking about, Singleton and Murray, is that they both are switch hitters, as you mentioned, but they're both good power hitters. There's been a lot of clubs that have had the switch hitters on there, but not with the power that those two possess.
It's not popularly recognized what a patient manager Earl Weaver is. Early in the year, his patience was driving owner Edward Bennett Williams crazy because Williams wanted Singleton, who was slumping terribly, taken out.
Robin Yount, who is the only shortstop on the American League roster, though Toby Harrah has played there some in previous years, swinging and missing. And Carl Yastrzemski has moved to the on-deck circle.
Harold stayed with Singleton, net. Singleton is hitting the way he can, and he and Murray are what Keith has described. Tremendous switch hitting combination.
Pitch is inside to Yount. There's Yaz. What a fine man.
And what a job Ralph Houck has done with the Red Sox.
We'll see them Friday night here on ABC.
Ralph's up in Vermont with his wife Betty, taking 3 days off. They let the whole Red Sox team have a 3-day vacation. They've been in a relatively mild slump, and they thought that rest would help the whole team.
Soto chases Winfield back. The string, bit the corner. Got a strike call to make it 1-2.
Well, what usually happens in an all-star game when you do have the caliber of pitchers that you can get on a staff, I don't think you're going to really see too many blowouts.
Bat goes sailing as Yount swings and fouls it away.
And it basically goes back to the old cliche in the game of baseball where good pitching will stop good hitting, and that's what you have in the all-star game.
Difference in this game thus far, the long ball. The homer by Concepcion, the triple by Rupert Jones. The National League with only 3 hits.
Alive at 1-2. Fouls it back. Robin, who had barely begun to shave when he left the San Fernando Valley to sign his professional contract. This man was already a star. Carl Yastrzemski long since a star. The oldest players ever to participate in the All-Star game, only Satchel is ahead of Yaz. Of course, we lost Satchel Paige not too long ago. Winfield coming back to first base. The National getting 2 runs in the second, 1 in the third. The American jumped on top, getting 1 run in the first inning. But the lead was short-lived. Soto's heat. Drilled at third, go to second, got 1, back to first, and the ball goes sailing away as Winfield gave Steve Sachs a bit of a lesson at second base. There's been so much talk about the National League playing hardball, hardball, hardball. I think Winfield read the story.
Well, of course, Dave started in the National League with the Padres. He knows how that game is played, but here, the throw a little late. You see Winfield coming in and Sachs up over the top. That throw going down the dugout, and Yount goes to second base, and Sachs will draw the air. That will be the first error of the ball game, and the hand in the background, and a standing ovation for Carl Yastrzemski.
All-Star games. You don't just get to that many All-Star games by compiling numbers. There has to be more to it. Of course, there is so much more to him. That's a foul ball.
Well, you look at that helmet that Yaz is wearing and that ear flap, that hole is a little bit bigger than usual because on the regular helmet that hole is very small, the one that is exposed to the pitcher. Yaz uses one and he has it cut bigger because he can't hear.
That's foul ball. The 3 daughters of the Yastrzemski family. Son, quite a baseball player, down in Florida State.
The way Yaz is going, they might be teammates one day.
That's right.
Soto blows him down. So Yastrzemski strikes out. The American League gets a man to second base, can't do anything with it. The score remains National 3, American 1.
Here's to good.
Hey, how you doing?
Tonight.
Hi, Jim.
Hey,
What's up?
the bill.
Well, I thought it was about time I paid you back.
Must say something.
Paid us back? Pay us back for what? Last Sunday when the Palmers dropped in, you loaned me some beer. Well, Jim, that was beer. This is Lowenbrow. Well, let's call it interest.
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
You know, Jim, I've been thinking. Maybe you ought to borrow things more often.
Let it be Lowenbrow.
I do one thing, and I work hard to be the best at it.
That's why I think my daughter's the greatest.
He's my daddy as well as my caddy. He says if you concentrate on being your best, you will be. Just like Kentucky Fried Chicken. They concentrate on making delicious fried chicken. Tender, juicy, really special. When you have chicken the Colonel's way.
It's as great as...
As great as my daddy is at bragging about me.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, we do chicken right. It takes two wheels to have some fun, and you need two more to get the job done. But what can you do with three? Just try the Honda ATC.
11 years ago, Honda invented the ATC three-wheeler. And ever since, folks have been inventing new ways to use it.
Follow the leader, he's on a Honda.
Pete Rose, a very unforgettable moment took place in All-Star Game history back in 1970 in Cincinnati. And as we run it up here, I wonder if you'd talk about it and describe it.
Well, I'm running third. Hickman got to hit the center, and I start to slide head first right there, but I saw I couldn't be safe because Fossey was blocking the plate, and it was my advantage because he was reaching for the ball, and I happened to hit him at the right time, and I scored the winning run in an extra inning ball game. And I missed 3 games, but unfortunately he separated his shoulder and played the next month with that, and it sort of ruined his career. But I think you have to try to do anything. I think that was a clean slide because of the way he was positioned at the plate. You're no catcher, you know what I mean. And I didn't try to hurt anybody because he was at my house till 3 in the morning the night before, and I was just trying to be safe playing in Cincinnati.
Thank you, Pete. Back up to you.
Now that is a bird's eye view. Take a look. I hope they got a rope around the ankle.
It's a little scary. We never had that at the Olympics.
Well, from way up there, that tiny little figure down at the plate looks tiny to them, but it's Al Oliver, and he is a big man in Montreal. And on the mound, Quisenberry now. From Kansas City, the Royals submarining right-hander, and that's chopped down the line. It's going to go toward the corner. Al Oliver turns, and he's going to second. The ball gets loose. He's turning second base and going to third. And he's there standing. Did the seam play a role there? I don't know. The ball took a funny squirt.
Well, look at it again. There's just a high Baltimore chop right there over the head of Buddy Bell. Now watch that little hop. You see Henderson get over. He just absolutely ran by the ball. They're coming off of the ground in front of home plate, over the head of Bell, down the line, and the speed of Ricky Henderson took him by the ball. He never even got a glove on it.
So that is the second triple in the ball game for the National Leaguers, and Andre Dawson now with an opportunity to increase the National League lead. Nobody out, and Oliver at third. And the pitch is low inside. Dan Quisenberry is on the mound. That's his record on the year. And another Royal has been inserted into the lineup. Frank White is playing at second base, relieving Bobby Grich of the California Angels. And Dawson almost stepped right into that pitch.
You'll look at some hitters, and when they try and gauge Quisenberry, you try and pick up a spot on a pitcher to where you can find the ball. As you look at Oliver at third, a lot of hitters will go right to his knee because that's where that ball is really, looks like it's coming out of.
That's it on the ground to the right side. That's going to hold the runner at third as Eddie Murray makes the play. So 1 out, and Oliver is still at the turn. Jim Fanning King of Montreal coaching at first, and John McNamara of Cincinnati at third.
If the American League is to do anything at all in this game, they've got to reverse a remarkable trend against them in the late innings of prior All-Star games. From the 7th inning through the 9th in the recent years, they have been almost totally inept. And now they're going to have to come from behind once again, as you just looked at Frank White, the new second baseman of Kansas City.
Oh, Georgia boy up there, Ray Knight. And here's a guy I think's a battler. He's another one who'll get down and scuffle with you.
Yes, he will. And, you know, he's really kind of a little bit out of position right now as far as his 1982 season is going, because he's been over at third base a lot. I mean, at first base for Houston.
That's a foul ball in the photographer's corner past the dugout.
Of course, the Astros with Art Howe at third and Ray Knight at first.
Carter is the on-deck man. Knight late with it. Ray Knight strikes out.
Well, that goes back to a statement that I can think of the California Angel manager Gene Mauch making to me. He says one thing that he likes about Quisenberry, and you've got to respect him for it, he can close you down in the late innings. He knows how to pitch, especially the ninth. He can shut the door on you.
The Expos catcher, Gary Carter. Secretary of State designate George Shultz testified today before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on the first day of his confirmation hearings. Nightline tonight focuses on Shultz's views of American foreign policy interest and on the influence of the multinational corporations on foreign policy making. Nightline immediately following your local news tonight. Didn't catch it. Oliver scores from third, and it's a 4-1 ball game.
Willie Wilson did not get a good jump on the ball at all.
He certainly didn't, and it's still another evidence of the National League doing what they have to do when they have to do it. Big, big insurance run.
Great effort right here by Wilson, and boy, it's hard diving on that artificial surface.
Carter comes out now, and Tony Pena goes in to run for him. The young catcher from Pittsburgh. Boy, is he a dandy. National now with 5 base hits.
Don't ever think catchers can't run either with Mr. Pena.
This guy can haul it.
I like the way the Pirates have come.
Charging.
That's foul ball. Big figure in their resurgence.
Pena, Dale Berra.
Dale Berra, absolutely.
The return of Dave Parker, who had 2 home runs in 1 game just a
Some
few games
remarkable
back.
pitching by Don Robinson.
Oh, yes.
It's really been something.
Oh, I could see that happening the first week of February at Bradenton. His arm clearly was right.
Murphy swings and misses. Quisenberry, of course, like Kent Tekulve, brings the ball underneath. Tekulve, in explaining the physiology of it, says it's the least demanding pitching motion because the muscles continue to rest on the bone structure. You don't relieve them off. The runner going, Pena in there, safe.
Well, that's just what I was talking about. Don't ever think that catchers can't run, because this young man can take off and steal any base for you. He just comes out from underneath his cap, and you've got that gun of Parrish behind the plate. He didn't get a clean throw away. It was a little bit to the inside, and White had to come back, and he had to come around. And Billy Martin's going to go out and talk with McSherry. There you can take another peek at it. Whether Billy thinks he got him before he got to the bag, that's close call right there. McSherry could have been blocked out a little bit with the body of Pena. Well, McSherry had but he was coming from looking at it from the same angle that Martin was.
Martin's had a lot of that kind of action this year. Nothing but frustration. Watch closely. I don't know. Close call.
So Pena is off second base, and Quisenberry breaks it off outside to Dale Murphy.
Maybe he can get a little life into this American League bunch by that kind of...
Probably what he is.
Yeah, so...
Here's another big kid that's fun to watch in a batting cage.
Yes, sir.
Boy, does a ball jump when he hits it. That's a sharp shot with a third baseman, Bell. Bell scoops it and throws it and gets him just barely. So the Nationals had their lead to make it a 4-1 ball game over the Americans. And the name Dave Parker of the Pittsburgh Pirates came up a moment ago. My goodness. He's had his moments in this baseball classic as well. Dave Parker's career troubled by injury, but when the Pirates star thinks about the All-Star game, he will always remember saving the 1979 game for the National League. You talk about an arm. Remember this.
The throw that I made in the 1979 All-Star game, where we're going into the bottom of the 8th inning and the score is tied. Brian Downing is on second base, and Greg Nettles is at the plate. Greg Nettles hit me a single to right field, do-or-die situation at home plate. I make a good, strong throw from about 300-some-odd feet. Gary Carter makes a tremendous play at the home plate to strike out that run to keep the game tied going into the ninth.
Chevrolet Celebrity.
Come drive the bright new shape of Chevrolet.
Celebrity.
Celebrity. Chevrolet's newest and largest front-wheel drive. A shape so aerodynamic, it requires less than 12 horsepower to cruise at 50 miles per hour.
Celebrity.
Celebrity. The comforts of a larger car, the precision of front-wheel drive come together.
Drive it.
Celebrity, the bright new shape of Chevrolet.
And here's your room guarantee. And only Holiday Inn gives you this no excuses guarantee. Everything in your room will be right, or we'll make it right, no excuses. Or that night you stay free. Enjoy your stay.
Thank you.
You don't get this guarantee from any other hotel chain, not any one of them. And this guarantee comes from every one of us at Holiday Inn to you, because we want to take care of you. We give you a guarantee, not excuses.
Only a few copiers in the world can automatically make crisp, clear, readable copies from these originals. That includes the 3M plain paper copiers, because they're the only copiers with Sensitron, a remarkable 3M automatic exposure system that instantly fine-tunes itself so you'll get crisp, clear, readable copies time after time. It's a difference in quality you can see, because with Sensitron, what you see is what you get.
The Olympic Park in Montreal, with the centerpiece, the stadium, glowing tonight with 59,057 people, third largest in the Olympic Stadium history. And the picture coming out of the Goodyear Blimp Enterprise that bumped along up here from Florida, took them 5 days at 35 miles an hour. Is back at the plate now as Lance Parrish, the American League catcher from Detroit, stands in with impressive numbers for 1982, and Mario Soto is on the mound. High fly ball lifted out to right center and going deep. Won't get it off the wall. Double for Parrish.
That ball was hit and hit hard. Parrish got off to a very slow start this year with the Tigers, and all of a sudden he has caught fire and he has really come on. You see, Lance doesn't have his batting helmet, using one of the Cleveland Indian helmets.
White will come to the plate now.
Ball had deceptive carry to it, Don, in the beginning, because it was a low ball that he hit. It didn't look like it would go that far, but
well, of course,
hardly driven.
When you get on a hot evening and you get this many people in a ballpark, that ball's going to carry a little bit more. And indeed, this has been a beautiful evening for baseball and a lot of people. But he hit that ball hard to the opposite field, and he's got strength. He's a strong man.
A pair of arms now in the National League bullpen. Greg Minton of San Francisco and Steve Howe of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Lefty and a righty. Soto comes with a fastball. White swings through it for strike one. And in case it has wandered through your mind tonight, no, they have not put an umbrella or a cover over the Olympic Stadium as yet. The provincial board just simply says it can't afford it. As a matter of fact, the provincial board said it can't afford a new rug. Now, originally, that tower was supposed to be built up and cantilevered somewhat out over the top. And from that, they had hoped they would be able to hang an umbrella arrangement to cover the playing surface. It hasn't worked out. Frank White swings and misses and strikes out. And Soto gave him nothing but heat.
He really put him away easily.
Look what he's done in his last 10 appearances right there. That is pretty good. And here's a fastball. I mentioned before, Soto's not going to finish any. He's going to come right at you with hard stuff. And look at the location he hits. You see, White does not have a chance at that.
Ricky Henderson, 2 for 3 on the ball game tonight, but he has not been the electrifying figure on the bases that the American League team had hoped he might be. One out.
But there's good reason for that, Keith. First time up, led off the game with a single, and then Brett got a single after Lynn had been retired, and then Reggie hit the fly scoring. No need to run then. Second time up, double play. Walton holding him to the base superbly well. The author of Fernando Mania.
One strike pitch is hit to the right side, gets by Oliver, picked up, pitcher covering, the throw by Sachs over his head, backed up by Pena, and everybody's safe as Lance Parrish goes down to third. So with one out now, you have base runners on the corners.
I don't know whether they would have had a chance to get Henderson on that play or not.
They give him a hit.
They have to give him a hit. The way he runs.
That ball's by Oliver. Now Sachs over to back up. He gave the throw a little high, and of course he's in an off-balance position to make it. But they would not have got him anyway.
No
you can
way.
see that.
Big night for Ricky.
And a big chance for the American League. Finally, in a late inning.
We are in the top of the 7th inning. And the hitter is Willie Wilson.
Now you've got Wilson hitting from the left side. The last time that he hit into the double play, he hit from the right side. What Pena wanted to be maybe talking about was, where do you want to go with the ball? I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do should Henderson take off. You've got Parrish at third, who does not have all the speed in the world, but you've got a lot of speed at first base in Henderson.
Wilson swings and misses. There's Willie's lady, Kathy. Nobody goes from first to third faster than Willie Wilson, I don't think. Nobody. Henderson on first. Soto just wanting Ricky to know he remembers he's there. Lance Parrish is at third. Henderson's got a foot hooked on the rug. Strike.
You've got another gun behind the plate in Pena. Soto gets rid of the ball pretty quick. It's going to be interesting to see should they give Henderson the green light or not.
2-strike pitch. Henderson goes. Pitch is low inside. No play.
That's what you got to do. Stir things up. The general rule: don't run. If you're behind 3 runs, it's the 7th inning. But with Henderson, you got to do it and stir things up.
Well, he's a little bit out of of the general category with his speed. That's the one thing. You can do different things with Ricky Henderson you can with somebody else who just has the average speed.
If Wilson can deliver, he's at 1-2. It's a 4-3 ball game, but he can't deliver. Soto shoots him down.
Well, Philadelphia, you'll remember, handled Wilson with consummate ease in the World Series.
That is very true. They did. The thing, Willie just did not have the kind of series that he is capable of having. He's a good ball player. There's no question about that. But this guy standing out on the mound right now, he's throwing a few peas up there, too.
Buddy Bell with 2 out and 2 on. The Texas Rangers swings and misses.
Challenging the hitters, that's all. If you're going to do something against Mario tonight, it's going to be on his best stuff. That's his fastball.
2 strikes to Bell. 2 out and 2 on.
You can hear that glove popping way up here.
9 American Leaguers have fanned the air.
So Soto turns the American League away again, and the score remains 4-1 in the middle of the 7th.
If we could afford the current interest rates, I'd buy this house like that.
Well, there are ways to pay less than current rates.
Less?
Much less.
We're taking off our jackets, rolling up our sleeves, putting the strength of #1 behind you.
Yes, through alternative financing, we can help you pay less than current interest rates. Much less.
We're America's #1 top seller, Century 21.
I love Ariel. I always loved Ariel.
You told me you didn't know her.
Yes, I learned only then that you were and had been sleeping with everyone.
You went out with her.
No, never. Writers, bankers, poets, the entire infield of the Chicago White Sox.
So how do you feel about her now when you see her after all these years?
Hey, trust me.
A Midsummer Night's Sex Comedy. Rated PG. Starts Friday, July 16th. Check newspapers for a theater near you.
Now you can get your copy of the official 1982 All-Star program, the same one sold at the ballpark. Just send check or money order for $4 to All-Star Program, Box 9800B, St. Paul, Minnesota 55198. Please make your check payable to All-Star Program. New York State residents must add appropriate sales tax. That's All-Star Program, Box 9800B, St. Paul, Minnesota. Allow 6 weeks for delivery. The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
There's the crowd count, 59,057, the one in the middle. 3rd largest ever in Olympic Stadium. Concepcion and Sachs and Baker for the National League. The National League has one of the great gloves in all of baseball sitting on the bench, so there's plenty of defensive relief waiting in case Davey comes out. That would be Ozzie Smith. St. Louis Cardinals. It was Concepcion's home run in the 2nd inning that gave the National League its lead. Raleigh Fingers is now in the American League bullpen. And of course, Raleigh, while he has had his moments, there's a sharp shot in 3rd. Bell can't come up with it. Buddy Bell cannot come up with the dart at 3rd, and Concepcion is aboard. now started to throw in the National League bullpen.
You watch these two leagues year in and year out, and it's utterly mystifying. Continued futility of the American League. You can feel it in the arena. It's oppressive. The failure to score last inning when they had first and third, and then second and third, and one out.
That's Lonnie Smith, isn't it, on first base, Lonnie? He's another burner.
Yes, he is.
Lonnie or Ozzie? It's Ozzie. Ozzie Smith.
It's Ozzie.
He'll go in to play short for Concepcion.
Yep. They're both burners. Yep. Boy, did they make some difference in that St. Louis ball club as Sachs shortens up and misses off the bunt attempt. He got it out in time, I guess. But the scoreboard shows that he did, but the plate umpire, Doug Harvey, says, it's a strike. He held his position pretty well with it. It's about eye high and very difficult to get down. Quisenberry on the mound. He is the 4th American League pitcher.
Well, Soda might put something on here.
He might. Big bluff at first. Throw over there. He's back. Ferris went after him.
Well, he's got a good count right now. You still got the 1-1 count. He might try something again.
He can afford to. Can have a lot of fun now.
Well, that wasn't a steal because Smith was waiting until the pitch was going. That was a hit and run.
Going now. They pitch out. And the throw. They got it. Well, you have now had a look at the arm of Mr. Parrish on 2 occasions.
Boy, he has a gun, and he just gets at the white, and all he's got to do is apply the tag, and actually, Ozzie Smith just tags himself out.
So the error by Bell is now erased on the play at second, and Sachs is at the plate with a count of 2-1. National League leading the American League 4-1. Sachs swings and foul tips it into the catcher's glove to make it 2-2.
If the game ended this way, and now, who would be your MVP, Don?
Yeah, you almost have to look at the man who hit the home run, David Concepcion. Sure.
So no other place to go.
Bell at third. Better hurry. Didn't get him.
No, sir. Mr. Steve Sachs can motor. There's Steve's dad. He's got to be happy. His son gets a base hit in his first All-Star game. That's a high chopper, and Sachs gets out of the box pretty good, and Bell has to play it on that big hot. Now the off-balance throw. Buddy can make that play as well as anybody. It's a strong throw, but Sachs just outruns the ball.
It's the National League that's doing the running, whether successfully or not.
Dusty Baker. Left field. Jason Thompson has come to the on-deck circle now, the big Pittsburgh first baseman. There's Jason. Big guy out of Cal State Northridge. Pitch inside. Dusty's had his moments in previous All-Star play as well. He's a very key man in that Los Angeles ball club. As Sachs running on the pitch, Baker lifts it to center field. Wilson makes the catch, and Sachs has to hustle on back to first base, and that'll bring up Jason Thompson.
Well, Steve actually got down and went around the bag and then had to retrace his steps coming back. You can't get across.
17 home runs for this big fellow. Bounced around. He started out in Detroit, went to California, and in California started learning more and more about using the ballpark with his bat. and has helped himself enormously, and it's now paying off in Pittsburgh, though he still has retained the long ball power. And this is another fellow who can take it out anywhere.
That's exactly right, Keith. He's got good power to the opposite field. You get that fastball up over the plate or any pitch that he can handle out there and get leverage on it, he'll drive it out anywhere.
Much of the key is
he pulls it to the right side. Easy for White. Frank throws on to first base, and the inning is over. So we played 7 in Montreal's Olympic Stadium. The National League leading the American League by a score of 4-1. We'll be back with more baseball after this word from our local stations.
Thursday, a revealing look at 4 superstars. Tom Selleck.
I'm still basically pretty shy.
Sylvester Stallone.
I think I'm pretty well adjusted.
Kenny Rogers.
Success was so crucially important to me.
Stevie Wonder.
I have a positive outlook on life.
The Barbara Walters Summer Special.
I'm Mark Howard for Action News. A man with a gun and a hostage held police at bay all day in Chester County. The climax of the dramatic story after the All-Star game.
Soup is a harvest of nourishing things.
What do you got there, mate?
Camel soup, sir.
Well, you're learning, boy. Soup's plump full of nutrients.
I thought they were noodles.
Oh,
Bet you didn't know that Campbell's chicken noodle soup has more protein per calorie than peanut butter.
that was just the ticket. Okay, mate. How would you like to help me with the wheel on the way home?
All right, Grandpa.
Campbell's soup is good food.
Yesterday's engines didn't have to work very hard to power the average car. Today's smaller engines don't have it so easy. They have to rev higher and work harder to do the same job. That's why there's Castrol. Even at high revs, Castrol doesn't suffer a significant loss of viscosity. And that's important, because if you make things too hard on your engine could make things hard on you. Castrol, engineered for smaller cars.
Your first word for news, weekdays, 6 a.m.
This is what we'll have for you Friday night in a special presentation of ABC's Major League Baseball. The Kansas City Royals at Boston, and the Chicago White Sox and the Milwaukee Brewers having at it. Kansas City, the team to beat in the American League West, most people seem to think. And Boston, that's been the big surprise of 1982 in the American League East. Dave Winfield comes to the plate now. Eddie Murray is scheduled to follow. And then the shortstop spot, Robin Yount. Fernando Valenzuela is out on the mound. He didn't take much time to warm up. But what a story this young fellow was last year. He's in there with a strike on his very first pitch, and one of the guttiest pitching performances I have ever seen in my life last year in the Friday night game of the World Series.
Hell, I get a kick out of watching Tony Pena behind the plate. Watch how he gets down.
Scrooge just dives.
That was not an impressive swing.
That screwball can create that type of a swing.
Well, they might be flirting with that record.
Very easily.
Winfield behind at 2 strikes. And Valenzuela gets him to foul it back. You're talking about late innings a moment ago, Howard. In the last 10 All-Star games, the National League has outscored the American League 61-30. And the American League, there's Ozzie Smith, the shortstop. The American League has scored in the final 3 innings of the last 10 games only 2 times.
That's the trend I talked about.
Sort of hands it out to third base. Throw is in the dirt. But up comes Oliver for the out. And let's go down to Bob Uecker.
Dave, obviously they voted you in for your power, a 2-runner. Huh?
Well, I was really looking for something in. He throws fastball up and in. I mean, slider up and in. I was looking for, and I got a good, good contact with the ball, and I know when I hit it, the ball was out.
You gave a good trot. You were happy coming around the bases.
Of course, yeah. We get the lead 2-1, and I'm just proud to be here, and happy to hit a home run for the National League.
Back to you, Keith.
Thank you, Bobby.
As you watch Valenzuela, Keith, you talked about that gutsy Friday night performance in the World Series last year. Give Lasorda credit for staying with him.
That's right.
Anybody else might well have taken him out. They were down 2-0 to the Yankees then in the World Series. The Yankees had been hitting Fernando all night, but he stayed with them, and finally it paid off. Turned the series around.
Eddie Murray checks, and it's fouled at the plate. Here's Tom Lasorda, Chuck Tanner, manager of the Pirates. And the count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Eddie Murray. Robin Yount on deck. Valenzuela misses just inside. Fingers heating up in the American League pen, and he should be next. One pitch. 3-2.
You know, that's one thing about Valenzuela too. You might think about the screwball, but he's got a much better than average fastball. And if you start looking for one, he can sneak that fastball by you just like he just did to Eddie Murray.
As far as pitching ability, knowing how to pitch, he's 20 going on 40. 21 going on 40. But this time he misses inside to Murray, and Murray gets a free pass to first base with 1 out. Yount comes to the plate. And again we have action down in the National League bullpen. Steve Howe gets up, and so does Greg Minton. Valenzuela is in there with a strike to Robin Yount.
Lee McPhail, the American League president, must be going out of his mind.
Well, they're going to get tired of it. They're going to get their hackles up, and I don't know how. Maybe Lee ought to take the ploy of Warren Giles a few years ago and jump up on the locker box and do some more rating.
That's a very, very important point you just made. Giles changed the whole National League attitude. Remember, in the early going, the American League had been predominant in the All-Star game play. Giles took it seriously.
Well, I remember a meeting he had that first game in 1959.
Yount hits a sharp shot down third. Good play by Knight. He goes to second to get the lead man. He went the short way. Might have been his only opportunity. Good play by the Astro third baseman.
It sure is, because when that ball comes off the carpet and can hit the dirt, it can also flatten out on you. He throws Eddie Murray out by 25 feet. I don't know what happened there
at all. I don't know what Murray was doing.
He might have thought it was going foul. He might not have picked the ball up.
What did Giles tell you guys in '59?
Well, he just told us that, boys, he says, we're not here to lose. He says, we're here to win. And he said, you can have all the fun you want. But he says, when you go across the lines, let's win it.
Murray on the ground ball at third. He went back to first base, and by that time it was too late.
There's what a left-hander's move can do to a base runner.
That's true, but this team looks utterly lackluster, Don. I don't see any spark, any fire the whole night.
Well, good pitching will do it, Howard, and the National League has got excellent pitching tonight.
Hal McRae is up there, the DH and outfielder for Kansas City. Pinch hitting.
You know, you're looking at a right-hander, Rogers, a left-hander, Carlton, a right-hander with a good heater in Soto, a left-hander in Valenzuela. You're back and forth all the time. Tommy's got the pitching staff set up well. But on the other hand, the American League has had certainly decent pitching. They've out-hit him 8-6, but it's been that one pitch so far to Concepcion that's been the difference.
Well, don't throw out the Rupert Jones triple.
No, you can't do that, not at all.
That gave him the insurance run.
Incidentally, the Al Oliver triple that was originally called has been changed
to a double and an error.
Right.
Figured that.
The count is 3-1 now to Hal McRae. walked him. So that's the second walk in the inning by Fernando Valenzuela. And he will pitch next to Lance Parrish as Tom Lasorda heads to the mound. He's got Howe and Minton out in the pit. And he's going to make a change. He's walking and looking, and looks to me like he has got the hook with him.
Well, he's got a man there that can tie it up in a hurry, because Lance Parrish right now is the tying run standing at home plate.
Fernando pitched 6 innings on Sunday, and he's going to make the change. He's going to the right-hander, Greg Minton. So, while we're waiting for Minton to come into the ball game, let's talk about Yogi. Yogi Berra's career marked by so many great moments, but in all-star play, Yogi hit only 1 home run. Still, that memory lives with him.
My favorite classic is 1959 when I hit a home run off a young Don Drysdale. And I was voted the most valuable player in that game, in that All-Star game.
Can your antiperspirant adjust to the unexpected?
Who? What? When?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I've got to be where? In how many minutes?
Well, that's what makes Ultraman Solid so remarkable. Its extra-strength formula self-adjusts to whatever your day is like. Look, during a normal day, Ultraman Solid works at this level. But when things get heated up, Ultraman Solid self-adjusts to give you extra-strength wetness protection. Self-adjusting Ultraman Solid and Roll-On. They self-adjust to whatever your day is like.
You're about to see one of the most versatile cars in the world, Chevy Citation. It's a 4-cylinder fuel-injected compact when it comes to the corner gas station. It's a mid-size when it comes to the family reunion. It's a wagon when it comes to the seashore. And when it comes to the road, it's a performer that's outsold every other front-wheel drive over the past 3 years. Chevy Citation. Its owners might say,
It's a model of versatility.
Willem Scott's family has been fishing for generations. But today, like most Dutch fishermen, they're worried about the coastal waters. Every time a ship cleans its bilge, there's the danger waste oil is being pumped out too. That's why the people of ITT developed this optical fiber device. If there's a risk of pollution, an alarm sounds, so the pumping can be stopped, protecting Willem Scott's future and his sons.
Unbeaten American Davey Moore defends his
Greg Minton comes on now for the National League. He is the 5th pitcher. His numbers are reflected there, and he's a horse. He'll be working to Lance Parrish.
He's a horse, huh?
Yeah.
Horse and a half in my count.
He's a big man for Frank Robinson out in San Francisco. Sawed it off, but it's bounced over his head. Look at the play by Smith. Holy cow, look at that.
Look at that National League dugout, too. And anybody but Ozzie Smith, well, he's there. And anybody running but Parrish, that might be a base hit. He jams him, saws him off over the head of Minton. You saw he got the ball exactly where he wanted. Look at that play by Smith, Keith.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a big league play. We'll be back.
The only car you should pay for by the mile is a taxi, not a rent-a-car. And that's why Avis is guaranteed rates with unlimited mileage. I'm David Mahoney of Avis. And with these rates, there's no mileage charge on our daily rentals or our weekend rentals. And there's none on our compact cars or our luxury cars. Not 1 penny. Now, I know you've got to go that extra mile to get ahead, but at Avis, we're not going to charge you for it. And that's trying harder. And that's what makes Avis second to none.
Who makes the best-selling radials in America? Goodyear. We outsell all foreign radials combined. One reason, the Goodyear Arriva. It gives you long tread life. And best of all season traction in the wet stuff and the white stuff. The Goodyear all-season Arriva. It's one reason Goodyear is the leader in radials. No foreign maker of radials even comes close. When you need radials, come up to Goodyear.
The feathers are flying down at the chicken ranch. Bert's
Bert's falling for Dolly.
Will you marry me?
Dolly's falling for Bert.
I've loved you since I was 16 years old.
The eyes of Texas are upon them. Because with Bert and Dolly, this much fun just couldn't be legal. But it's still the best little in Texas. A Universal Picture rated R. Starts Friday, July 23rd at a theater near you.
Unbeaten American Davey Moore defends his WBA World Junior Middleweight title against first-ranked Ayub Kaluli. Plus, buckets of fun as firemen frolic on ABC's Wide World of Sports Saturday.
Another look at the inning-ending play. Ozzie Smith is not even in your picture. And there he is. Bang. That's quick. Rollie Fingers of the Milwaukee Brewers now comes on to pitch for the American League in the bottom of the 8th inning. He's pitching to Al Oliver. Dawson is scheduled next, and then Ray Knight. It's 2 strikes.
Going back to the very beginning, if this thing holds the way it is, Steve Rogers becomes the first starting pitcher to be the winner in his home ballpark since Vandermeer did it in '38.
Shot to right by Oliver. Takes his turn, and he's aboard at first with a single. Goose Gossage of the Yankees is now in the American League bullpen. Numbers on the year for the Goose. His comment on the plight of the Yankees at the moment: we're having a terrible struggle.
No
Ray
kid.
Dawson.
No kid. He just threw a home run ball to Brian Downing.
He's been jerking a few this year.
He sure has. Not the same Gossage.
That's a strike from Fingers.
Well, Downing's got a few. How'd you like to have a guy like that leading off for you?
That's quite a revealing figure.
Time for a moment. Ball loose out of the bullpen. Elrod Hendricks.
What a marvelous man he is, around all these years. Tomorrow, by the way, the birthday of his 20-year-old daughter. Happy birthday to her.
Abigail. Dawson, hungry to do something in front of the home folks, is behind 2 strikes. Danielle Fingers, wife of Raleigh. Raleigh had a bit of a rocky time for a period this season, but he's come back. Oh, the goodness, that Milwaukee crowd, the way they've been hitting home runs, 124 of them already.
Not a bad year for any of them, including Mr. Ogilvy,
who is still available.
Right.
And don't forget Ken Herbeck. He's still available.
That kid's remarkable.
And Toby Harrah, whose bat has been ringing throughout the American League.
He has been a redoubtable hitter this year.
Jams him a little tight to make it 1-2.
John McHale got here to that open workout you mentioned yesterday, and he said, I just want to watch this kid Herbeck hit. I said, how do you find a player like that? I said, he grows up 2 blocks from where you play.
That's right, right in their own backyard.
That's right.
Runner goes, throw by Parrish. He held on, he got it. He got it.
Well, give that man right there half a chance and you're out. There's no question about that. Watch it again. He comes up, and he comes up firing. That throw, good pitch to handle, and a good strong throw to Frank White, and they get him with ease.
Sparky Anderson can talk for a week about it.
The way his club's been going, he's got little else to talk about.
Right.
That trophy still probably is going to go to who, guys? Concepcion?
Dave Concepcion. It's the Commissioner's Trophy. Goes annually to the MVP, the All-Star Game.
2-2 pitch. Up the middle. Frank White backhands it. Can't get it. Frank flagged at it. If he had picked it, he would not have had a play on Dawson. So Andre gets a base hit in the All-Star game at home. And here's Ray Knight.
That shows you what strength can do. He was jammed with that fastball. He just fought it off, and he just muscled it back through the middle.
There is one man who has been etched so deeply in recent All-Star games who is not on the team this year. The man who was the winning pitcher for the National League in '78 and '79 and had saves for the National League in 1980-81. Bruce Sutter. But so far, his contemporaries are doing all right.
Maybe Parrish should be the MVP. He's kept it close.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. He's kept it in tow.
This is one of, I guess, certainly the first time it's happened in this part of the country, and one of the few times where an umpire has a chance to work in his hometown as well. Jim McKean, native Montrealer, the American League, working at third base tonight. Fingers to the rubber, has a look at first base where Dawson waits. And the edge is off. The pitch tonight. Hit on the ground to Murray. Cued right to him off the end of the bat, makes the play. And Dawson moves up to second, and this telecast presented by authority of Major League Baseball may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. Tony Pena. He'd tear him up in June, huh?
Tell you, Chuck Tanner, always an optimistic guy, is positively glowing these days. Hit his own helmet off.
I haven't seen that. I've seen him swing out. Look at
There's
Chuck Tanner.
Chuckaroo right there next to Tommy.
Oh.
What a batting order they've got. I was saying earlier, I didn't have a chance to finish. We were talking about Jason Thompson. The key to Jason is Parker back in the lineup, hitting behind him. They can't pitch around Thompson.
Very true. One strike pitch to Pena.
Well, Tony's not getting cheated, is he? He won't. He won't get cheated at all.
I suspect we're going to see a succession of pinch hitters in the ninth inning. You got Herbeck, you got Hara, you have Ogilvy. That's three pretty good ones right there. Pops him up on the right side. Murray coming down. Parrish going after it. Oh, look at that Parrish hustle.
What a play that was. I'll tell you, that Parrish has put on some show.
Boy, this is as good a play as you'll ever see a catcher make, and he gets out of there in a hurry. He doesn't lollygag around, and he makes a fine play.
Even the dugout was applauding the effort. So, for the National League, as we roll along 4-1, and we'll be back after this message and a word from our local stations.
What made Chevy Chevette the best-selling small car in America last year?
All the standard features: reclining front seats, AM radio, shift console, white striped tires, fold-down rear seat, and lots of other things.
Is the Chevette's great gas mileage? A big 30 EPA estimated miles per gallon, 42 estimated highway.
Could it be Chevette's low price? It's still one of the lowest priced Ford or hatchbacks sold in America, foreign or domestic.
Could it be that Chevy Chevette is America's best small car buy?
I've got an unfair advantage over these guys. My looks? No, are you kidding? I've got the Gillette Atra. They don't. It's got the advantage of a pivoting head. Atra's better than twin blade razors that don't pivot. See, they don't always stay on my beard, but my Atra pivots to keep both blades on my beard longer. I get a better shave. See? Close. Comfortable.
Get the Gillette Atra and get the Atra advantage.
So who said life was fair?
Wednesday. Divorce. An act of passion leads to a deadly crime and dynasty.
Does your car stay turned on long after you've turned it off? Exxon gasolines can help put a stop to that now. Exxon Unleaded is one unleaded regular that's often good enough to stop dieseling in cars that appear to need premium. So try it and save. And if you still need more octane, try Exxon Extra Unleaded. If you have a car that just won't quit, get Exxon. Quality you can count on.
Watch Action News after All-Star Baseball tonight.
A special presentation of ABC's Major League Baseball Friday night, Kansas City at Boston and Chicago, Milwaukee. The Times reflected their check your local listing for the game in your area. Here comes the first of the pinch hitters now for the American League as we go to the top of the ninth inning. The National leading 4-1. It is Ben Ogilvy swinging a bat there, standing just in front of John Stearns, who is now catching. The New York Mets, and Lonnie Smith has gone out into left field, replacing Dusty Baker.
There's a sign here in the arena, Keith, that says "Le Smoked Meat," referring, I suppose, to the American League.
Ogilvy, one of the hammer throwers off the Milwaukee Brewers, stands in and looks at a strike from Greg Minton. Howe and Hume remain in the bullpen for the National League.
Well, that's just what I said before, how Tommy set up that pitching rotation. Rogers a right-hander, Carlton a left-hander, Soto a right-hander, Valenzuela left-hander, Minton right-hander, and he's got a right and a left going in the bullpen.
Ogilvy took it, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes.
Ben Ogilvy's another man who is not that big when you stand alongside of him, but he will hit a ball as far as any man alive.
It's all in his wrists, arms.
Lifted out to the left side for Lonnie Smith. 1 out. And that'll bring up Ricky Henderson. Secretary of State designate George Shultz testifying today before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on the first day of his confirmation hearings. And Nightline tonight, immediately following your late local news, will focus on Shultz's views of American foreign policy interests.
The Secretary-designate is a truly remarkable man who is not without experience in sports world. As Dean of the Chicago Graduate School of Business, he encouraged Willie Davis, the all-time Packer great defensive end, to stay in school and get his graduate degree. And it proved out for Willie Davis. He did just that. Under the Secretary-designate's encouragement, he's become one of the most successful businessmen in America.
There he is. And a heck of a guy. Ricky Henderson stays in the ball game with 1 out, 2 balls and no strikes. And you've got Kent Hrbek standing in the on-deck circle. So the big youngster from Minnesota, Hrbek, is out swinging a bat.
And you've got Billy Martin in the dugout, who's grown accustomed to this pace.
What's Billy? Billy's 0-2, and Tommy Lasorda's 2-0. Billy down in the dugout. There's not much you can do if you don't get runs.
3 balls and 1 strike. And Henderson walks.
All right.
so that brings up Kent Hrbek in his first Major League game. This youngster hit a home run in the 12th inning off George Frazier to beat the Yankees at Yankee Stadium in 1981. Remember this shot? I'm sure many of you watching saw it. He got all of it and nailed it out of sight. What a big, good-looking kid he is. As Lasorda goes to the mound now to talk to Minton, and he's going to go to the left-hander, Steve Howe. So Lasorda using his pitching staff as the big left-handed swinging fella from Minnesota comes up. Howe comes in, and we'll be back.
Football fans will sit through almost anything to watch a good football game. Here's in television NFL football. Come on. Now for Atari football. Hey, where'd everybody go? In television football, I think it's the closest thing to the real thing.
Chevy's out to blow away the confusion about pickups with the new size Chevy S10 with available V6 power the imports don't have.
Chevy S10.
V6 power to tow twice as much as any foreign import pickup.
Carries heavier payloads than many standard full-size pickups.
V6 power with gas mileage ratings even the best-selling 4-cylinder import when equipped with a 5-speed transmission can't beat. Chevy S10. It's the hottest-selling new truck in America. There's never been a truck like it before.
Aye, Scotland's plaid carpet has rolled out for the oldest of golf tournaments, the prestigious British Open, live this weekend on ABC.
The Los Angeles bullpen has not had a great season. And despite those impressive numbers there for Steve Howe, he has not been as sharp as we have seen him in times past, though he has pulled himself together and says now he feels good and has regained the Bulldog confidence that any successful relief pitcher's got to have. And so here is young Kent Hrbek of the Minnesota Twins. And look at that. Just a year ago was in Class A ball. High fly ball, short center field. Dawson coming in. Falls off the second baseman Saxon makes the catch. Base runner Henderson stays at first base. So Hrbek didn't give Henderson any time to dance around at first. What with the left-hander on the mound, he might not have been doing much dancing anyway. And you've got 2 out, just 1 more to go for the National League, and they will have won 19 of the last 20 and 11 in a row.
And Dave Concepcion is the MVP, as expected.
Here's Tom Hume now coming to the mound. Buddy Bell is, let's see. Well, while Hume is coming in, let us take this time out with a 4-1 lead for the Nationals.
What a spring and summer we've been having at ABC Sports. In May, long-shot Gato del Sol won the Kentucky Derby, overcoming poor post position and a huge field for a stunning upset. Then in the Preakness Stakes, another long shot, 16-year-old cowboy Jack Cannell became the youngest jockey ever to win a Triple Crown event. In the Indianapolis 500, controversy began before the start of the race. In the end, it was Gordon Johncock beating out favorite Rick Mears in the closest Indy finish ever. In June, we brought you a historic U.S. Open. Tom Watson's miracle chip shot stopped Jack Nicklaus, giving Watson his first Open title. And the fight of the year, the Holmes-Cooney World Heavyweight Battle. Then last Sunday, we presented the World Cup Soccer Final, live for the first time on American network television. Italy winning its 3rd World Cup before an estimated audience of over 2 billion people. Important events brought to you by the most acclaimed production team in television sports, ABC Sports. We've made a commitment to excellence.
Tom Hume of the Cincinnati Reds is on the mound, and he becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the seventh pitcher for the National League, and he'll be pitching to Buddy Bell while he warms up. Let me footnote that moment you just saw about what we have done and what we will be doing. Saturday and Sunday, the British Open from Troon. U.S. Women's Open out of Sacramento, July 24 and 25. The Sports Festival, the National Sports Festival in Indianapolis this year, late July and early August. And the PGA Championships, August 6 and 8. There's Toby Harrah.
Interesting, the man with the most base hits in the big leagues never at bat. Maybe symbolic.
Let's see what Mr. Hume can do with Mr. Bell. 1 out away from nailing it down. Thomas high with his first pitch for ball 1. That's lifted to the right side. Right fielder Murphy toward the line. Game's over. The National League continues to dominate the All-Star game. Davy Concepcion, shortstop for the National League, Cincinnati Reds, is the most valuable player, the line scorer in the ball game. The National League winning it by a final score of 4-1. Rogers, the winning pitcher, the save to Hume. Eckersley lost it. Concepcion, the home run. Final score, National League 4, American League 1. Blip provided by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Travel arrangements made through and promotional fee paid by United Airlines. United flies more people to Hawaii than any other airline. That's what Friendly Skies are all about. Coverage of the 1982 All-Star Game has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
Tomorrow on ABC's World News Tonight, the Kansas City Hyatt, 1 year after disaster. Have the victims recovered from the horror? How safe is the hotel now? Plus the final report on Love Canal. Is it still a health menace? ABC News, uniquely qualified to bring you the world.
Tip your cap and win with a Canada Dry Ginger Ale bite game.
Can I tip my hat instead? It's a 10-gallon.
Oh, no. Has to be a cap from specially marked bottles of Canada Dry Ginger Ale.
It's a good hat.
Just remove the liner, and you might win a 10-speed bike or a stereo headphone radio, even cash.
Oh.
Tip your cap and win in our bike game. Look for details where you buy Canada Dry Ginger Ale.
Gee, couldn't do that with my hat.
There's one German car that's born to challenge the most challenging roads, that's at home on the tightest turns and the steepest grades, that gives you remarkable performance, razor-sharp handling, and a rarely equal feel for the road. But it's not the German car you are thinking of. It's the Volkswagen Jetta, and it's only $79.90. Surprised? You will be when you drive one.
Peter Allen in person tomorrow on AM Philadelphia.
Action News, Delaware Valley's leading news program, with Jim O'Brien, Don Tollefson, and Jim Gardner.
Tuesday night, Jim Gardner's on vacation. I'm Mark Howard. Emergency crews work overtime tonight on a Camden highway, and Colin McNeil reports on the disappointment at the Penn Shipyard in Chester. But the big story on Action News tonight is the arraignment of an alleged kidnapper, a man who held an ex-girlfriend hostage through the long, hot afternoon in West Goshen, Chester County. Tonight, the suspect charged with kidnapping and other related charges. He's in jail under $100,000 bail.
The incident began to unfold shortly after 1 o'clock. 34-year-old Robert Riggs of Wagontown, Pennsylvania, near Coatesville, entered the liquor store, pulled out a .25 caliber revolver, and kept 5 employees at bay for more than 5 hours. Police thought it was a robbery until they learned one of the hostages, 34-year-old Elizabeth Jackson, whose maiden name is Frederick, was an ex-girlfriend. It was a long waiting game until Riggs decided to release 4 of the hostages, but still police sharpshooters kept their sights trained on the door. At one point, Riggs came to the door to get some food left by police officers. Throughout the telephone negotiations, he demanded $50,000 and safe passage to Venezuela. Parents of both the gunman and hostage stood vigil and at times broke down from the emotional strain. But it wasn't until his pastor, the Reverend Raymond Leslie of Parksburg, talked to him that Riggs decided to release Miss Jackson and give himself up. Did you have any indication during the negotiations or during the standoff that you might lose this one, or was everything running pretty smoothly?
The negotiators felt that things were going pretty smoothly, and we had it pretty well in hand.
Riggs was taken to the West Goshen police station and later removed to an undisclosed location. His pastor would not talk to the media. He was quick to leave the police station. It was a tense standoff between police and Riggs, but in the end, the hostages are okay, and Riggs is in custody. Now police must sort out the facts of this case and find out what prompted Riggs to enter that liquor store. I'm Gary Majors, Channel 6 Action News in West Goshen, Chester County.
Police in Camden are still trying to piece together a violent accident that left 2 young men in critical condition. It happened here at the intersection of Route 130 and Mount Ephraim Avenue shortly before 8 tonight. The tractor-trailer was heading east, the 57 Thunderbird north on 130. Somehow the T-Bird ended up under the semi. The driver of the car, Richard Anstock, age 29 of Pennsauken, in critical condition tonight. Both he and a passenger, 15-year-old Mark Andre, again in critical condition. The truck driver was not injured in the accident. Camden City and County fire officials are still investigating a 2-alarm fire that hit 3 row houses in the 500 block of Vine Street tonight. We'll be talking about that more in a moment. Now let's talk first about Gloucester County, New Jersey officials who think they have a drowning on their hands tonight. Search crews are looking through the murky waters of the Delaware River looking for a trace of 19-year-old Gilberto Martinez of Camden. The young man went swimming with his brother off the coast of the Red Bank battlefield in National Park, New Jersey, when he went under. Divers finally gave up when the sun set. They'll resume the search for the victim in the morning. Bad economic news tonight for the depressed city of Chester. The Pennsylvania Shipbuilding Company lost the bid to refit the battleship Iowa. The contract will go to a Mississippi firm. Navy officials announced the decision today, and the commander of the Philadelphia Navy Yard told reporters how the decision was reached.
They looked at the yard's management, its ability to plan the work. They looked at the yard's resources, and they also looked at the yard's capabilities.
Commander Hansen didn't comment on the Penn ship incident, but sources indicate the local yard's never done any major overhauls for the Navy. The Mississippi company has.
It had to be a blow to the shipyard. After all, in the past 18 months, the workforce had already dwindled from 4,200 to 1,000. And while Pennsylvania Shipbuilding President C.N. Payne confirmed by phone that the yard would continue to seek all commercial opportunities and repair work, the loss of the Iowa contract came as a shock to workers like Thomas Jennings, a 22-year veteran electric welder.
I think it was really a disgrace, a shame. It knocked all the hopes down for the men. I've been here since I was 13 years old, and I kept hearing Chester going down, going down. Now I can see it. And if we don't get something in here big, a lot of folks are going to lose their homes.
Chester Mayor Joseph Battle told me he felt the Navy's decision to award the Iowa project to Mississippi smacked of regional discrimination and a lack of Reagan administration sensitivity to Chester's unemployment problem. Pennsylvania Shipbuilding is in the running for a $270 million ship reconditioning contract, and Mayor Battle wants it badly.
I know I'm going to get on the back of our congressional senatorial delegation, and I hope that the people viewing this broadcast do that, because every night you see something closing down, and we're going to have to send a message down in Washington that if they're going to spend money on defense, give us our fair share of it.
The contracts for the reconditioning project will be awarded next month. If Pennsylvania Ship is the choice, 1,000 new jobs will be created. Colin McNeil, Channel 6 Action News in Chester.
More bad news on the local jobs front tonight. The Bud companies lost out on a bid to build 825 subway cars for New York City. Bud officials say it'll mean layoffs of engineers here at their Red Lion plant in the Northeast. Bud lost out to a Canadian firm because the Canadian government offered to help finance the deal. The United States government refused to match the terms. Bud officials say the loss of the job will have a major long-term impact on the company. On the other side of the job picture, several hundred A&P workers start going back to work in the morning. Preparations went on today. The A&P at Progress Plaza in North Philadelphia and Society Hill will reopen under the new name Super Fresh Supermarkets. In all 24 of the A&P stores that closed in the spring will reopen under a deal struck with the clerks union, a deal to take a pay cut and a piece of the profits. And that same union has a new contract with the state of Pennsylvania tonight. The state liquor store clerks have a contract that allows them to buy liquor stores if the plan to close the state store system goes through. The clerks, meanwhile, get an 8% raise in each of the contract's 2 years. The Philadelphia public school teachers are one step closer to a strike tonight. The contract dispute with the city has been turned over to the State Labor Board, which will decide on Thursday whether or not to appoint a fact finder. Now, that follows the official declaration by the school board that an impasse has been reached. The fact-finding process is a legal requirement before the teachers could strike in the fall. The rank and file's already approved a walkout. Another possible strike in the works, union employees of the city hospitals. Details on this one from Action News reporter Vernon Odom.
Shop stewards representing 13,000 members of the local hospital workers union met tonight to sanction a possible illegal strike against as many as 13 local hospitals, including the 3 biggest, Hahnemann, Temple, and Jefferson. But the issue is not wages. Their contract does not expire until next summer. The issue is the kind of health care that poor people are getting at local hospitals in the wake of Reagan cutbacks at the federal level and Thornburg cuts at the state level. 1199C's president Henry Nicholas says the cuts in Medicaid money mean the poor, and especially the uninsured, are getting short shrift when they seek non-emergency treatment.
With the hospitals not in a position to transfer those courses, unless there is dire emergency, they are not going to admit a patient who is not able to pay, even though that patient might require admittance.
Plus, thousands of their own members' jobs are threatened because some hospitals are laying off, and Nicholas says 3 major ones could close down, period, under the weight of the slashes in government funding. And what about the potential dire consequences of a union striking in violation of their existing contract?
We believe that our community-based organization are solid in terms of that. We believe that this community will come to our defense as our members are preparing to come to theirs.
City officials are already talking with Harrisburg about ways to satisfy 1199C and avoid an illegal strike. No firm deadline has been set for a strike yet, but the increasingly powerful hospital workers union appears ready to play hardball with the city and the state, charging that health care for the poor in this city has reached a crisis situation. Vernon Odom, Channel 6 Action News in Center City.
We have the first serious charges tonight in the 1982 Pennsylvania gubernatorial race. Democratic candidate Alan Erdl charges campaign irregularities by the Thornburg people. Erdl says the Republican campaign is helping out with letters mailed by private individuals, but not admitting their role in the literature. Erdl wants the state attorney general to investigate. The governor's campaign manager called the charges, quote, desperate and childish. President Ronald Reagan took his proposed new federalism on the road today. Mr. Reagan made a whirlwind tour of Baltimore, checking out areas of urban renewal, then telling a meeting of county officials that his trimmed-down proposal is ready for the Congress. The new plan still calls for the federal government to take over Medicaid. The states would then assume full responsibility for aid to dependent families. The big change is federal retention of the food stamp program, but overall, this new federalism calls for $40 billion worth of social programs to go back to the states to handle as they see fit. The president's nominee for Secretary of State sailed through his first day of Senate hearings today. George Shultz testified at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on a variety of subjects, most controversial of which is his view on the Middle East. While Shultz said he would continue to recognize this country's support for Israel, he indicated what has been called his personal leaning toward the Arabs.
The crisis in Lebanon makes painfully and totally clear a central reality of the Middle East. The legitimate needs and problems of the Palestinian people must be addressed and resolved urgently and in all their dimensions.
Shultz's approval is expected to be approved by the Foreign Relations Committee tomorrow afternoon and by the full Senate on Thursday. In the Mideast itself, the situation tonight seems to be going from bad to worse. The ceasefire around Beirut is holding, but U.S. envoy Philip Habib told Lebanese President Elias Sarkis today that his efforts to settle the dispute are fading. The PLO made a new set of proposals, but Israel rejected them. An estimated 35,000 Israeli troops are poised to attack West Beirut. So far, the PLO refuses to leave the city. Coming right up on Action News, the first lawsuit in the Louisiana plane crash. The plaintiff is the father of the so-called miracle baby, the tiny survivor who lost her mother and sister. We also have more all-star highlights with Don Tollefson, plus Jim O'Brien with a 5-day forecast from AccuWeather. We'll be right back.
This is the month
Ford Month, the final month to get both cash and Ford Care on Escort and on EXP. Ford Care is whole car coverage. Virtually all you pay for is gas. And now special dealer incentives from Ford make it possible for you to save hundreds on other Fords. Granada, Thunderbird, Fairmont, Mustang, and tough Ford pickups. Save on over 6,000 new Ford cars and trucks during Ford Month at your Ford dealer.
If you've got blonde hair, red hair, dark hair, or light hair, curly hair, straight hair, lots of hair, or just a little hair, McDonald's has something for you. A free bottle of Vidal Sassoon shampoo.
For every breakfast entree or Big Mac sandwich you buy, McDonald's will give you a 1-ounce bottle of Vidal Sassoon shampoo free. So you'll not only spend your day feeling good, but looking good too.
McDonald's, you go to my head.
You're looking at the most exciting innovation in long distance since the telephone.
This is my telephone, so what's exciting?
Sprint, because Sprint can save you up to 50% on long distance using just your push-button phone.
Oh, sure.
Sprint specializes in long distance.
I could use a specialist.
Well, if long distance is costing you $25 a month or more, call Sprint.
What's that number?
800-521-4949. Sprint, the long distance specialist.
We started to tell you a bit ago that Camden City and County fire officials are investigating a 2-alarm fire. It hit 3 row houses tonight in the 500 block of Vine Street. Fire broke out shortly after 7:30, took only a half an hour to bring under control. Fortunately, all the residents got out safely. The cause, however, is still under investigation. The first of what's bound to be an avalanche of lawsuits was filed today in connection with the crash on Friday of that Pan Am jetliner in Louisiana, a $70 million lawsuit filed by a Michigan couple. They lost 3 daughters and 3 grandchildren in the fiery crash. And the father of this baby girl filed a $15 million lawsuit against both Pan Am and the Federal Aviation Administration. Gabriel Trahan lost his wife and another daughter when his home was incinerated by the falling airliner. The 16-month-old baby Melissa is being called the disaster's miracle baby. She was pulled from the rubble of the crash at her Kenner, Louisiana home, suffering only second-degree burns of her feet. Meanwhile, the grim business of cleaning up from the disaster continues as investigators probe for the cause of the crash. The death toll in the tragedy, by the way, went up tonight officially to 154. One of the victims was 7 months pregnant, and a coroner today issued a death certificate for the unborn child. At least 4 people killed today when 2 passenger trains collided in Alter, Belgium. Authorities say one of the trains ran 3 caution signals at 85 miles an hour before it smashed into the other train. In the Persian Gulf tonight, Iran says its troops overran Iraqi border positions. The fighting broke out late tonight. Iranian forces